findings and recommendations. And at the end, we will certainly solicit feedback if we don't hear from you during the presentation. So Todd,
Kelly, Mr. Wren, you're welcome. Thanks for
thank
being
you.
here.
Thank you. Where we left off last time was discussing the project charter and how can we help the state of Wyoming define what work can or should be done, that the money that is being spent on this upgrade and enhancement within the Wyoming capital, where dollars can be spent and what's the return on that investment. Last time we were here, we talked about trying to prioritize spaces. At the same time, we also talked about understanding that different solutions impact the building differently. And of course, each solution has a cost associated with it as well. So this was the draft charter we started with. If you go to the next slide, this is where we are today. And I guess I want to introduce a little bit before I turn it over to Todd Renier to go through it with the design team. But hearing from the committee, there was a discussion that while we may identify what we call high priorities and then identify other spaces and work that might be a lower priority, it doesn't mean that that work shouldn't be done or can't be done. It's a matter of making sure that you are spending your dollars where you believe can happen immediately, and then even through time, you can make adjustments to spaces to improve the acoustic quality of those spaces as well.
I don't see the auditorium on this list.
So the auditorium is not on this list, and there are other common spaces that we did talk about briefly. And the auditorium was one that did slip down. And so if that's one that you'd like to make sure that we do include and talk about the changes that are recommended, we certainly can do that.
I guess, I can kind of remember one of the visions that Senator Ross had when we were talking about the children and stuff coming in. And I think one of his visions was that for big groups, you could actually use the auditorium and have some AV in there and actually have some presentations or whatever. But that was, I guess, something that it slipped down, but I recall.
Yeah, and
That, and then in the beginning, Senator Ross really pushed this extra build out and for the education of kids. I think he was thinking of areas where you would have more than just one classroom for one elementary or junior high school come in. You may have several of them come in and you could have some group presentations, but I'm just thinking the auditorium because we spend a lot of time in there as elected officials, and it's pretty substandard as far as if anything coming in on Zoom, you can hardly hear the people and the people can hardly hear you. And just if you're doing a large presentation, to the legislature meets in there from conferences and other stuff, and they're trying to put things together for them. It's just not, it's not that functional.
okay.
Yeah.
So and we'll,
There could be a lot of upgrades. I don't know how much money you want to
yes,
consider spending on it,
yes.
but it'd be nice to have some kind of I guess all of these, from my perspective, it's a cost benefit relationship. So, but without even having a budget developed, then you don't even have that decision to make.
Will, do you want to jump in on that?
Yeah, sure. Mr. Chair, Treasurer Meyer. I think when Avant looked at the auditorium, I think they felt like the space itself was actually pretty good acoustically. I think some of the problems in that space have more to do with the AV system.
Yes.
So that's something that will be part of that kind of peer review and everything that Avant is doing as well. So not necessarily what Trainer HL is doing with the acoustics in the space itself, but the AV system peer review
So it happened falling off the radar screen and it's just,
In a different
off
category.
on the side. It
Yeah,
just
different
went-
category. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, in fact, I didn't realize we're just talking about acoustics. We're not talking about amplifiers and speakers or anything like that.
Right, right. The majority of our work as a team is looking at acoustic properties within the different spaces, how we can improve them. That does impact then mechanical units within spaces. And there are times that in lieu of something physical, we are recommending a sound system improvement. Our work is really focused on the majority of work is on the acoustics.
Well, thanks for getting me on track and on speed, so I'm on the same train as you now.
Well, that is helpful. Appreciate it.
And Mr. Chair and Treasurer Meyer, Yvonne will be talking to the peer review portion of that here later, a little later on in the presentation as well.
Okay. Wendy, did you have an addition to that?
Mr. Chairman, in advance, you might just mention those kind of three buckets about the sound reinforcement.
Yeah, as we've done our evaluation, our preliminary evaluation, we have looked at the issues associated with the different spaces. And so we have defined one of the priorities as acoustic, which really has a lot to do with sound absorption. When you're working within an historic older building, you have a lot of hard surfaces. That means the sound moves across the room differently from the front of the room to the back of the room. So that sound absorption acoustics is one of the components that we're looking at. The other I mentioned was mechanical. You have spaces within the Capitol where the mechanical system really should receive adjustments that quiet the noise that's created by the units that are in there. And then the third category that we'll address also a little bit is the sound reinforcement. The purpose of having your committee rooms, the purpose for creating the spaces that you have is for you to engage in the state's business and also allow the public to participate and hear what's going on as well. And so sometimes that does also affect sound systems. So we do touch on.
Appreciate that. Is everybody on board with where we are? That's helpful. Thank you. Please continue.
So as part of the discussion last time where we were sort of generalizing or categorizing spaces, we felt like it was important for us to make sure that as we identify higher priority spaces, that they're identified as legislative or executive or common. And when we talk about common, that really is in the rotunda or in the expansion space that we have. So there's less work being proposed or discussed in the common spaces. There is significant amount of work being discussed in the legislative and executive. And the spaces that are identified up there will be part of this presentation, and Todd and the design team will take you through what we're seeing, how it's performing, and what recommendations that we have. So, Todd, take that ultimate overview.
Yeah, we're literally going to go through each and every space listed one at a time. I do want to introduce Kellen Horner and Jeff Helgerson from Henderson Engineers. They're going to join us in the presentation. Also, John Hodgson and Robert Lado with Avant are on. Avant will always kind of follow up our recommendations, kind of make the final case for what they're recommending. So
Appreciate that. Welcome to all who are joining us via Zoom, and that includes one of our committee members, Representative Sherwood. You might see her on the screen. Good morning, Representative. Good to see you. Please continue.
Okay. So each space, we're going to try to present it with three forms. We'll be doing plan views. So literally a floor plan. So looking down at the floor. We'll have some representation with a reflected ceiling plan. So we'll address what we're recommending on the ceiling. We will also represent it with elevation. So we'll show drawings that we had received from the previous renovation projects and some kind of schematic layouts on the walls showing what we would recommend. And then in some cases, the higher priority spaces, we did actual renderings. So you can actually see what we're proposing. So.
Terrific.
One other thing we want to reiterate kind of upfront before we go is you'll see the legend on the far left. And what we've done is we've tried to simplify through The legend is show in red any wall treatments, and that wall treatment is typically an acoustical plaster. So when I go through the floor plans, you'll see a red line where we're recommending it in plan. And then when we look at an elevation, we'll color the elevation red where we're recommending that wall treatment. In the drapery, and so an example is Colorado. This picture in the lower left-hand corner, that is an example of wall treatment that's been done to the State House. And that is a product what we're going to actually talk about later that we're recommending. So we'll be looking at that. Drapery is two different things. Drapery is either going to be at the windows, actually three. Drapery will be at windows, potentially in the open space. So for instance, the example in Kansas, those are actual window drapery. The California one, that's an example of drapery hung within the space to help control and reduce reverberation. And in the lower right-hand corner, that is drapery applied to casework. And again, it's all there. These are all examples of options that we're going to present for each space. The other things that will be addressing will be walls and floors. So the two on top are examples of ceiling treatments. The ceiling treatments will be an acoustical plaster. The one on the left is a simplified form of acoustical plaster. The one on the right is a highly decorative application, both of which were added for acoustic reasons. On the bottom, there's just two examples of some area rugs. So when we talk floors, we're always talking area rugs as an option.
So on the left, the Kansas picture, was that an application across the entire ceiling?
Yes, it was. Yeah. And this is a non-historic space. So we were able to do something very simple, wall to wall, complete acoustic plaster.
That's a pretty significant construction project, isn't it? I mean.
It was. And then the one on the right was a historic space that had existing coffers. And so we added a panel up in the middle, put decorative paint on it because that's what was historically there.
Yeah, that's pretty attractive.
So to get good examples, we should go to Kansas.
Yes.
You have the advantage that other state capitals have gone through renovations and have attempted different methods for improving the acoustics within their spaces. And so it is always good to benchmark and look at what other people have done successfully.
So we may get to this later, but did it work? But were there good reports back on?
Yes. Yeah. And we also had an AV, we had AV ongoing throughout the whole project. So we ended up with full AV acoustic treatments.
So you did this during a major renovation of the campus,
Correct.
which we've already done.
Yes.
So we're a little behind on the acoustics.
Yes, but as we talked last time, you know, it's like a lot of projects, where you renovate your house, you move into your house, and then all of a sudden that allows you to see how it functions and allows you then to take that next step of let's make incremental improvements. Let's do this to make sure that it functions the way we want. So I certainly don't want you to think while we're talking about work after a major renovation, it still is an appropriate time to address the situations that we're trying to improve.
In our work with our state construction department, we're often reminded that there's closing costs, but then there's opening costs as well. And I had never thought about that until my work in the legislature. When you finish a building, there's still some things that have to be done so that you can open the building. We're still in that process. So go ahead, guys.
So what I'm going to do, so this is again, the high priority legislative spaces. And so those four, we're going to go through one at a time. And so the first one is the Joint Appropriations Committee room. And so this is the format we're going to do to each space. So there's quite a few slides here. And so what we're showing here is in the blue line, we're showing that drapery attached to the front of the committee, tables, desks, and then also across the front where you have the open shelving where the staff sits. And then on the walls in red, we're showing an acoustical wall treatment, which we mentioned earlier, sound absorption. In this case, this is one of them where we do the AV. So we are looking at with Avant to provide new speakers in the ceiling, get rid of the 2 wall hung speakers and provide all new speakers and actually get rid of all the desk speakers. So all of your reinforcement would be from the ceiling down. And John can elaborate a little bit more as we get to the end here. This is an example of, this is our proposed layout for that acoustical wall treatment. So this is the sound absorption on the wall.
And I do think, go back to that image. We're certainly trying to show, and again, these are elevations. And if you look at the floor plan, you'll see a number 1 that points to the wall, number 2 points to the wall. And while we're showing this in a pink, it's not that we're recommending pink, it's so that you clearly see the amount of acoustic material that might be available. And what Todd and I did during the preliminary design phase is we're really showing you what we believe might be the maximum amount of acoustic plaster wall material that's appropriate. And so everything that you're seeing here, we believe is really the maximum amount that is still very compatible with the historic building, historic space.
So when you just so to clarify in my mind, when you show paneling like that, would that be, for example, where you would go in with a construction method and put another layer on the top of that, or would those be panels that you could?
No, it's, and we did bring some samples along of a ceiling recommendation and a wall recommendation.
Okay.
And when we're done with at least the way we're proposing it and recommending it is a system that'll look like a drywall or a historic plaster. So not panelized, except from a design perspective, it'll be edge to edge solid treatment.
Gotcha.
And it's applied, everything would be surface applied, so it is reversible. So again, meeting the Secretary of Interior standards, this is actually applied to your historic wall, so it could be removed. So this is your existing space, and this is one of the cases where we did the rendering. So this is showing the curtains, the drapery around the perimeter on the bottom of the committee desks area. And then it's showing that an option, again, this is each one of the plaster applications on the wall that we did a rendering. We tried to show some detailing that might help it blend. And each one's a little different because as we start getting into the design documents, we will look at other options and how we trim it, how we stop it, how we trim it. But this would be an example of applying that acoustical plaster to the wall and adding just a nice little edge bead just to try to blend it. And that edge bead is pulled from the space. And Jeff, I guess this is your turn to kind of explain what you guys are looking at.
Yeah, can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Perfect. All right. As indicated, I'm Jeff Helgerson. I'm the lead mechanical engineer on the project. So I'm going to give you a quick overview. We do have several rooms that have similar recommendations. So I'll go a little more in depth on this first one. And then as we kind of hit similar rooms in the future, I'll just sort of indicate this is the same style of recommendation as this first room. So to go along with what's being recommended for these acoustic treatments, for most of these rooms, what our scope of work on the mechanical engineering side would be, and that also includes electrical, plumbing, and fire protection, things like that, is mostly we will be sort of working around these new plaster and drapery treatments that they're recommending. So for a lot of these rooms, what we would wind up doing is just going in and removing things like the air diffusers and grills from walls where they're present, as well as mounted cameras for rooms of ceiling treatments. Again, more diffusers and fire sprinkler heads would need to be removed during that construction and application method. And then we would just reinstall those once that new acoustic paneling is put into place. So basically all we're doing is taking things out, waiting for the acoustic treatments to be completed, and then reinstalling them. So mostly we're not moving things in a lot of these rooms, but we will need to remove them just to be able to put these new treatments in, and then we will reinstall all of those things in the same positions that they were for the most part, unless there's something that demands we move one. So whenever I say remove and reinstall in the future slides, that's kind of what I'm indicating.
That makes sense, to everybody? Basically, it's a reactionary thing. We're gonna come in, put acoustics on. For instance, that horn strobe, if that fell within an acoustical panel or an acoustical application for sound absorption, we would have to relocate that unit to the front surface. So we would have an extension box, electrical, they bring the wiring out. So this is a condition where there's no mechanical, it's just reactionary to what we're gonna apply.
And this is all very important for us to acknowledge and know going into it, because there's a cost involved in being able to pull those elements out further out onto the surface of the unit.
And when I put the backsplash in our kitchen, I had to do that, but in a couple of cases, it took, I don't like crazy.
Yeah, yes.
That's
I
right.
know exactly what you did.
John?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Excellent. So on this slide, we're kind of showing you the ramifications of these upgrades. You may have seen some of these graphs on our previous presentation, but this is sort of a new calculation based on the exact design that Todd was showing on the earlier slide. So just to go through this graph, and you'll see these as we go through each of the spaces, but I'll give you an overview here. The red line is sort of the reverberation time that we measured in the space. The green line is what we would recommend for a space of this size and use. And then as the other colored lines will be the predicted results based on the installation of these materials. And this is one of the more challenging rooms since it has a lot of obstructions. You've got the giant painting on the rear wall, the ceiling can't be addressed. So we're left with sort of a small amount of areas where we can add wall treatments, and also the idea of adding the drapery to the front of the desks. So in this room, we're recommending to do both of those things as sort of a cumulative treatment so that you can get the best performance and try to get the reverberation time as close to the green line as we can. And then, you know, the other thing that Todd brought up that we're recommending in this room is to improve this sound system by putting a new speaker system in the ceiling. In this type of space, that arrangement and distribution of loudspeakers is going to provide the best intelligibility and coverage. And so if it's possible to do that, then you're going to get the best performance out of the sound system as well.
Any questions for
Any
John?
questions about the appropriations room? If people ask, I thought it was really telling. The co-chairman one day about a month ago said she had not remembered, she had to go in front of the Joint Appropriations Committee and be there. And she said that the sound is not very good in that room. And so she was reminded, and a lot of the legislative work takes place in that room. So having served there, I can vouch for the fact that it's very, very important that we get that one right. So anything? Okay, please continue.
The next two spaces are your public meeting rooms. And so each room we're showing again in plan view. And so again, the red is where we're recommending the sound absorption on the walls, and the blue is where we're recommending some drapery form in the window openings. On the ceiling, we are recommending full ceiling, so that would be the acoustical plaster on the ceiling. These spaces are not historic, so we're not necessarily looking at highly detailed stenciling or anything. So this could be a flat approach.
And when Todd mentions it's not really historic, it's because of the extent of modifications that have been made to that space in the past. And so the room configuration that we have isn't an historic layout space.
And here's our recommendations, kind of a preliminary layout showing the acoustical plaster on the wall and then showing which openings we would apply some type of a drapery product. And in an engineering format, as Jeff had mentioned earlier, this will be reactionary. So this is nothing new from a mechanical perspective. It's all relocating everything.
Is there a reason why you're not changing carpets, or is it making, you can't make that much difference with thicker pad or?
Right, so, and we can let John
Yeah.
jump in and talk about the carpets, but that was a discussion point. Whether that would, the money spent would be worth the impact or improvement. And as the design team, we felt like it wasn't worth that. You spent money on that carpet, it does provide some sound absorption, and these other solutions are very cheap.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Vance. The carpeting, the existing carpeting is decent performing for acoustics. And so changing it out is only going to give any sort of marginal improvement. And then, there's going to be some sort of side effect to that, right? Is it the same pattern? Is it harder to maintain? So we thought that it was probably not a good idea to go down that path. On this slide here and in these meeting rooms, this is a little bit different than what we just looked at in the JAC conference room. The recommendations here are an either or scenario. The ceiling can be treated or the wall treatments can be done. We don't need to do both things. That would be too much absorption in the room. So this is probably where it comes down to a cost and aesthetics discussion. The ceiling is maybe the more expensive option, but the walls have the least impact on a cost perspective. So it's going to be a balancing decision on which one you want to choose. But you can kind of see the impact of the different treatments here. If you do the wall and drapery option, that gets the reverb time in the room close to that green line, maybe a little below. Or if you do the ceiling treatments, you also get to the recommended performance. So it's just one or the other here.
And I'd like to add a comment, as John mentioned, in an either or scenario, that's where, as part of the final recommendations, we'll certainly be looking at costs associated with work. And the cost of acoustic plaster on the ceiling versus cost of acoustic plaster on the wall. Ceiling work material is a little more expensive, not substantially more, but a little more. But there is an impact to the electrical and other ceiling components that then have to be moved. There typically are more elements in a ceiling. So when we do work on the ceiling, it is a more expensive option than doing it on the wall. However, having said that, many walls in different rooms do have elements, just like we're looking at that orange strobe is a wall element, for example, that might have.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
And you're gonna put speakers in that ceiling already, so you're gonna have a disturbance in the ceiling, which is gonna have to be addressed aesthetically some way with some kind of a change, I think, in the ceiling.
So, yeah, so we would actually. And you're talking about the ceiling, there are existing speakers there.
Yeah.
So they would all have to be relocated, just drop down the thickness of the acoustical plaster. Speakers are actually probably gonna be the easiest one because they're a low voltage element.
Yeah.
The sprinkler heads, anywhere we've got an actual sprinkler head in the ceiling, those are gonna require a little work. Any electrical items such as a light fixture, we just have to basically extend the thickness of the product on the ceiling.
That's the product.
These are examples of what we're recommending, so.
We'll share these and pass them around so that you have a chance to look at them and view them as well.
So Todd, preliminarily, you're recommending the walls and not the ceiling, in part because of that labor intensity, or?
So that's a good discussion point. And let's run through all the scenarios. And we're going to end with what we think is an appropriate recommendation that then might be modified because of budgetary concerns.
Okay, appreciate it.
The Senate chamber and House chambers are the next two. So in the Senate chamber, this is again showing in plan view, we're recommending a wall sound absorptive product. And it's also showing the potential opportunity. And this is at the chamber floor of a drapery type product at the back. Up in the balcony, the gallery, this is where we're showing, again, the acoustical wall treatment and a drapery type product up high. Also at the chamber floor, we're recommending some ceiling. So this would be where we're looking at some actual ceiling acoustical material. And then in the gallery, we're also recommending, you can see along this kind of front corridor, we're recommending the ceiling treatment. And also, as part of Avant's guidance, we're looking at new speakers and new layouts. I apologize, the speaker icon is a little big, so I promise they won't be that big in the final project. But the difference is here at this gallery, because we can have an opportunity for a drapery element, we're not looking at the ceiling. So it's kind of a cost option that we have looked at.
So up in that gallery, Todd, there are not that many speakers today. This is additional speakers that you'd be recommending.
Actually, a new layout, and John, jump in. We're looking at a new layout and new speakers. Somehow they got shifted. And so some of them are actually back more like in this location. And so we're looking to try to get them out so they actually have a better layout for the space.
Yeah, the primary issue is layout and quantity, that there aren't enough and they're spaced too far apart for good coverage. There may be an opportunity to maybe just add new if we can get the exact same ones that are there. If those aren't available, then we'll probably just have all new ones.
Yeah, I really commend that. I spent a little bit of time up in the gallery. I wasn't asked to leave the Senate floor. I just put it on my own, but it wasn't very good. I was a little bit surprised at how little you could hear up in there. So I really commend that work. It's good. Anything more on the Senate chamber? Because that's the most important work we're doing here.
Yes, and we got more slides too.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time in that space. As you can see, then again, this is the interior elevations. And so the behind the dais, we show the curtain or the drapery back against the wall. You can kind of see in this small layout right here, you can see that curtain at the bottom. It's actually behind the risers, the bleacher area up against the wall. And then on the side, we're looking at a drapery element on the back side, on the hallway side, the gallery side that spans across. And this actually did two things. And John, you can hopefully reiterate this later, is the speakers up there also coming down to the floor. So you're kind of getting a dual purpose. So you're getting some reverberation and some delay with that. So this helps us in two different ways. It also prevents the cost of the ceiling application. So this overall, this is an option that would get the best. Oh, and then also the railing. We are proposing that the railing, the glass railing, come out. As you can see in some of the photographs we have, just the high reflectance of light is kind of an example of what the sound is doing. So although it's not a huge area, it still has an impact on reflection of sound. And so we're recommending that come out also, and it would be infilled with an appropriate historically sensitive railing system like you've kind of already done. You've done some handrail work up there. So.
And again, the reminder where you see the pink, where the acoustic wall treatment is, that's really the maximum that we would really recommend that you do here. It can always be reduced, and depending on what that reduction is, certainly then reduces the quality of the acoustic appearance. But this is more or less the maximum.
So gentlemen, that looks like those would be panels that would raise from the wall.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Again, it's applied. All of our acoustical treatments, the sound absorption are literally applied.
Maybe it is a good time. So let's start with wall.
So this is the wall product, and this is just an example of a couple of them that are available. So we'll be looking at both of them, all of them, just to make sure we get the right one. But this system will set off the wall. It'll sit on some type of a furring strip. So there'll be an air gap behind it. So again, it's intended to try to absorb. And John can also talk a little bit more about that. This product is it's allowable down low. That's why we're looking at it. So it can be touched, it can be refinished, it can be patched and repaired.
Is it
So that-
spray on or is it?
It's a trout on system. So they'll apply the metal furring and then they'll apply that kind of spongy product and then they trowel on the final finishes. And those final finishes can be integral with color all the way through it. So if you do gouge it by accident, you don't expose white like you would on a gypsum wall. Or it can be a surface applied
So
paint
it's a
finish.
pop out with your fully applied of at least 1.5 inches.
So 1.5 inches is what that product would allow us to do. I'm gonna jump to the image.
What's the R value on that? There's some external walls on the Capitol that get kind of cold behind the appropriations committee.
Yeah, the nice thing is that thing will be off the wall, so we're not going to trap anything. And so we'll address that based on how we detail it. They don't sell it based on an R value, so it's not, so we would have, I mean, I assume it's got something, so it could.
They just don't market it as a way to improve insulation.
I know a lot of the old acoustic thing, they just put up a piece of cork about a
Yes.
3/4
Yes, they
inch
did.
and painted.
Yes.
So technically, Todd, we're not, that is a product that can be removed.
Right.
And we are technically, damaging the historical nature of the walls of the Capitol. Is that correct?
And that's the benefit of this system is it is reversible, as the Secretary of Interior Standards always says. Make sure it's a reversible process.
You're still,
Make sure it's compatible.
for your furring, you're still drilling holes in.
Sure,
You
yeah,
are.
yeah.
You are.
You would have some fastener holes. So if you pulled it off, you'd have to repair plaster and potentially masonry and substrates.
We will certainly be asked about that, so I appreciate you clarifying.
So these are the other two elevations. And so this is your existing. And there's a rendering of the proposed. Space shuttle size. So you get a feel for the lower acoustical. And again, these are just examples of how we could do it. They would be applied. We could put that product allows decorative paint to be applied to it. So if that's chosen, we would have some type of a transition that can be wood. It can be also plaster to try to get it to blend more. So it's not just a stuck-on panel. We're showing the example up here is a little more simple with no decorative paint. So that's also that upper acoustical panel. And then we are showing an application across this coffer component. And then the drapery. So this is the drapery that would be on the north and south side up high. So we looked at view lines, we looked at size, so the person could still be standing up there and see the floor. And then this is the one that is on the back up at the top of the bleachers.
And we do really want to make sure everybody understands that in this preliminary concept, especially when you're looking at the walls, there is additional design work that we certainly believe is appropriate for us to go through and be able to present different options, because there's many ways for us to trim this to make sure it is compatibly designed for the space. The House and the Senate chambers are both historically significant. We want to make sure that what we do is appropriate from a character standpoint.
Mr. Chairman, I see some composites there. And I'm assuming that the composites are going to negate any value at all as far as acoustic remediation, because it's just bounce off the glass.
Yeah, so this is the example. We couldn't render this. We tried, but it was going to take too long. But yes, we're recommending all those glass panels be removed and replace with an open railing system. So there is no reflective surface.
Well, I'm not talking about the glass panel. I'm talking about the glass on the composite.
Those photographs behind.
Photograph.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And then any artwork that they might want to put on the set of, in the house floors necessarily, if that's faced with glass, then you.
Kind of negated what you just did.
But I mean, if it was just like a canvas that didn't have a glass front on it, how much difference is that?
John, have you ever experienced doing some type of an application over an acoustical treatment?
Yeah, it's a good question. If any sort of artwork was to be added, and actually this kind of goes back a little bit to the public meeting rooms, because some of those walls also have artwork on them that would be reinstalled. Our recommendation would be to try to put artwork in that is not glass faced, that is just a painted canvas. Oil painting on canvas is usually the best. It does detract from the acoustical performance of the material behind it, but it does so mainly at higher frequencies. And so we're still getting a good amount of benefit to some of the lower and mid frequencies that we are maybe a little more concerned about in these rooms, because the carpeting is providing that high frequency benefit already. So I think while it does, limit the performance a little bit, it's something you can still consider. And we just recommend not getting the kind that has some sort of glass face or is like a thick acrylic or something type paint.
And from an engineering perspective, this again would be the reactionary fixes. Every time we apply something to a wall or ceiling, if there's something there, we'll have to extend it out. I guess back to you, John.
So in these rooms, the Senate and the House will have kind of a similar discussion. Our recommendations in these spaces are cumulative. In order to get to this recommended reverberation time, we're trying to find as many places as we can to install treatment. There's a lot of existing architecture that we can't deal with or modify. So instead of it being an either or scenario, we're recommending to try to do all of these treatments, and you can see that results in a reverberation time that's very close to the recommendation. I'll also point out here, as Todd mentioned earlier, I'll reiterate the idea of the drapery at the gallery level is somewhat twofold. While the gallery has its own sort of acoustical feel for the people that are sitting up there, in the current configuration, that area is pretty reverberant, right? You do have the hard plaster walls with the glass composites, you have the hard ceilings, and there is the carpeted floor and seats. But any sound that gets up there will bounce around and then come back down to the room or reflect off of the glass railing and not even get to the gallery. So by adding absorption to the gallery and putting in an open railing, what that allows to happen is any sound that does get to the gallery can then get absorbed by that new treatment, and the reverberation time for the room as a whole can be reduced by that treatment. So if the drapery can have that effect, but if the drapery is not pursued because of aesthetic reasons, and you'll see as we talk about the house later, we would probably then recommend that the ceiling be addressed with a plaster type treatment in the Senate, so that we can get that additional absorption in the gallery as well.
Yeah, just to kind of reiterate what John was talking about is, again, and you'll see when we talk about the house, because we're allowing those curtains, because we've introduced the curtain drapery, we are not recommending you put acoustical treatment on the ceiling. So it's a trade-off. The house chamber. Again, the red line represents the sound absorption product, and the blue again represents some type of a drapery product. And at the gallery, we're just showing the acoustical wall treatment, no draperies up there. Due to the due to the existing conditions, due to the columns, due to the capitals, we looked at it, but we couldn't find a way to make it appropriate. And at the entry at the chamber floor, the house floor, we're showing it at the ceiling. And this is an example where we couldn't do the drapery. We're showing the acoustical product all around the entire ceiling. Same as the Senate, we're showing new speakers and new layouts. So here's an example in an elevation form. So again, the blue is representing some type of a drapery product. So this is behind the dais. And then the lower acoustical treatment, the upper acoustical treatment, the sound absorption. And at the back, we're looking at, again, because you've got these surfaces that are hard glass, another opportunity to introduce a drapery component. There was also a discussion about the drapery was nice because of the visual. If somebody goes back there and is talking, they can actually have a conversation and not feel like the visibility. They can actually go behind the bar and talk. So kind of was twofold for us. So here's existing condition. Here's a rendered version of it.
You'll notice in this room how we handle the lower acoustic material, because it's an additive material that we're adding. It can be like the Senate chamber where it is blending the same color, historic color in the base of the chamber, or it can be looked at more as a somewhat of a soft accent or compatible color. And in this case, again, you can look at decorative stenciling being applied, and this shows a much simpler form where a simple border goes around, rather than the example that we showed in the Senate chamber, which was a little more elaborate. So there's a lot of design opportunities in both the Senate chamber and the House.
And also in this case, we'd recommend getting rid of the glass railings. So in our interior renderings, you can see where Zach has already kind of drafted out some optional open railings in lieu of the glass. From an engineering perspective, once again, Henderson will be looking at this from a reactionary standpoint. So whatever the option is that's chosen, they'll work with us to figure out how to get it working again.
So similar to the Senate chamber, in this instance, for the House, we're also recommending sort of all the treatments be looked at and applied in order to get to that recommended reverberation time. Since there's not very much drapery in this room, that's not a huge effect. But I actually wanted to take the opportunity, Todd, could you go back a slide? Maybe discuss a little bit more about what we're proposing behind the bar. So the currently at the area, there's like a glass sort of partition, if you will, that is only partial height. It doesn't actually close off that area. And we've kind of heard reports that, if someone goes back there and they're talking, everyone can kind of hear what's going on. You can also see people walking around back there, and it's kind of distracting. So what we were proposing here is to replace that glass with operable drapery so that we can get both a visual and sort of dual function acoustical benefit of absorbing sound as well as blocking sound by using sort of a heavy drapery. And then also to quiet down that area back there as much as we can. That section has a hard tile flooring like the rest of the lobby. And so I think what we're proposing is to do a rug and also that ceiling treatment to again, quiet down that area as much as possible. So that anybody talking out there, that noise doesn't filter back into the floor, as much as we can. So while it doesn't maybe have as much of effect on our overall calculation, there's a more sort of pointed effect that we're trying to achieve with those recommendations back there.
Thank you, John. And we were also looking at rugs outside the Senate too. Forgot to mention that.
So I'm curious, maybe the representatives could, in here, the glass partition has actually been something that is helpful for those traveling from chamber to chamber to go down and at least look into the chamber. So I'm just curious, if we drape that, you're going to have to be looking through the entryways. What's the feeling on that? Senator Nicholas, do you have any thoughts on removing that glass panel and having drapery there?
Not sure.
Right where the pointer is.
So this is the glass wall on the center, and there's a glass wall on each.
I've never been a fan of the glass panel.
Mr. Chairman, and I don't know if this is still the case, but when cameras were first added, there was in-house foam board put up in that location. Is that still being used to block when someone would be at the lectern and camera would focus on them? Folks milling about behind the bar was apparently the distraction, so a black foam board was put up. I don't know if that's still in use in the house.
Maybe seen it.
I'm probably the only one who likes the glass panel. I like being able to go to the chamber to see people in action and see the process. A lot of times our elected officials will stop in back there and look into the chamber, but in the interest of acoustics, we may need to get rid of them.
I mean, the
Mr.
glass panels are primarily for security, for safety.
See a ballistic glass.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
There's actually two different scenarios of glass. One is behind the bar. And the second is at the gallery level.
Yeah.
And both are being recommended to be removed. And at the gallery level, it would be replaced with that Julius Bloom brass railing. And at the chamber level, the recommendation is to add drapery that can be pulled back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative.
Hello, yes, jumping in here. No, this is a wonderful conversation. I appreciate the visuals. One of my concerns is getting some feedback from our highway patrol or our security officers in terms of the role that clear glass plays. I have no idea whether it's bulletproof or not, but in terms of just being able to visualize who is in the space. And so I just want to make sure that we're not impeding a security concern as we're talking about solutions for audio. So thank you.
Good point. Anything else from anyone who stops in to visit either of these chambers? Something to think about. Appreciate it. Please continue.
So we'll now move off to the executive high priority. So the ceremonial office, we are recommending some wall treatments, sound absorption on 2 walls. And we are recommending sound absorption on the ceiling. Again, this is the maximum that we feel is appropriate. So an example of those walls where we'd be applying it. And then a before or existing and an after. So very subtle change here. Adding that panel system or adding the acoustical plaster to the ceiling, we would extend the speakers down, extend the lights down. And at the wall, we would have it looks like a duct transition for a louver.
So Todd, where there's artwork in any of these spaces that we've covered so far, do you just simply not put artwork over the top of an acoustical product? Is that kind of a no-no or?
Like John mentioned, it will reduce it. depending on what it's made of. As he mentioned, if it's maybe a historic image that's oil on canvas, you've got the canvas backup, so you're allowing the sound waves to still travel through it to get to the acoustic material. If it's a glass, framed glass element, then of course you negated that area of acoustic quality.
So in other words, that big painting on the right,
But we weren't going to touch that wall.
it would not, it would simply be a waste of time to put an acoustic
Exactly.
product behind that because you're still bouncing the sound.
Yeah, and that's why we didn't recommend that wall.
Sure.
And Mr. Chairman, when you talk at the end about recommending whether we look at ceiling only versus wall in a space that you don't need both, then oftentimes what's going on the walls currently with artwork or fine art may have an influence on which is the better solution from an acoustic standpoint.
Thank you.
This one, we've got kind of our first opportunity to discuss the fan coils. And so I'm gonna let Henderson, Jeff, if you don't mind, kind of describing this.
Yeah, we finally have something different to talk about on mechanical. So, in addition to obviously removing and reinstalling any items that we needed to, like we would in any of the other spaces, we did pay attention obviously to a lot of the complaints that were being received about the noise being generated by those fan coils in that sort of custom wood millwork. And so in conjunction with Avant, and obviously we want to present to you as well, we kind of came up with a couple different options for sort of a stepped approach, similar to how we're doing some of the other areas. The initial idea and the sort of baseline would be to add in an acoustic liner to the sheet metal that is underneath sort of that top grill that you see there. And that would just help some of that breakout noise from the motor and airflow that's coming through there. A lot of these have pretty sharp transitions, things like that. So that would absorb some of that, would be relatively easy to install into the existing system as well. That's option number one. Option number two would actually be to install sort of acoustic baffling within that same area. That's those green lines that he's indicating there are right now. And so when we would do that, that would add an additional layer of sound absorption for that breakout noise from the motor. So that would help further reduce that same issue that you're finding on those. Now, the next thing that we would do is on the return side, which is the side down by the floor there, we would look at adding in basically just a piece of thin wood with acoustic treatment over the top of it. And then it would have sort of a gap around the perimeter to allow airflow around it. And we did take some of these apart while we were on site, and it looks like there's probably sufficient room to actually add that inside that grill that's there, so we wouldn't need to extend it out. We'd obviously want to get a millwork person involved to make sure that they're comfortable doing that before we fully sign off on it, but the goal is to keep the profile the same as much as possible with that. And then on the other thing that we did discover while we were on site is it seems like maybe the way that the controls were programmed for this might not be ideal from a noise standpoint. So particularly for rooms that have multiple of these units in there, it seems like maybe we have some that are staging on and then going to a maximum fan speed before we get the other ones involved. And the higher the fan speed, obviously, generally the higher the noise that's being generated by these. So we may want to look at just adjusting the programming on those to maybe keep all of them at a medium speed as opposed to one or two of them at high speed. And that may help with some of that noise issue as well. So that's kind of our thought on that. And this again will be typical for any of the rooms that are having fan coil noise issues. The recommendations are going to be roughly the same on those.
Thank you, Jeff. John.
All right, so you saw sort of two options, the ceiling treatment and the wall treatment. In this room, it's we're recommending kind of one or the other. As you can see here, that the ceiling treatment by itself gets us to that recommended level, even below it. And the walls by themselves get us pretty close. But you wouldn't want to do both of those things at the same time. That would be too much. So it's you're choosing between either the ceiling or the wall.
So in this case, you wouldn't be affecting the artwork necessarily. John, they can buy back some artwork with the exceeding the recommended, right?
That's right.
Okay, executive conference room. Similar, we've got a wall treatment going around 3 walls. And we are recommending the ceiling. And from a mechanical standpoint, it's exactly the same thing. Fan coil unit adjustment and controls, and then of course reactionary to everything.
But what I don't see is the ability to turn it on and off individual. Because
Yeah.
they don't use it that often. So if you can just turn it off in that room.
Jeff, is that an option to do a localized switch at each unit or?
Yep. Yeah, so that was actually, and I didn't cover that very well in my initial explanation. One of the things that we wanted to look at as well is getting kind of the deadband corrected, because it sounds like those units just run all day, regardless of whether it's heating, cooling, or whatever. They just bounce back and forth. So if we get the deadband adjusted properly too, what it'll happen is it'll cut out that fan when the room is at, 73 degrees or whatever the set point is. But with the localized wall controllers in there for those, there's no reason that you shouldn't be able to add in a mode control, because your outside air is being delivered via a separate system. So we don't have to worry about keeping those fans on to get fresh air into the room. You'll get fresh air regardless. These are just for heating and cooling. So we should be able to add in just like your house thermostat, basically a on-off auto setting to those little thermostats that are wall mounted to allow you to turn them off and on locally in the space itself.
Question, have you guys talked with A&I's HVAC staff and coming up with this evaluation? Have you guys talked with them yet?
We have
Jeff,
not
did you
yet,
hear the
no.
question?
Not yet.
No, I don't think we've coordinated with them on this.
Actually, we
particular
were
item.
met with them on site when we took apart the unit and everything.
We did, yeah. We talked with them briefly while we were looking inside the unit, but we haven't had a in-depth, detailed discussion with them about all these items yet.
Okay, I think it would be good. We've learned a lot from operating the building for the last few years since it opened, as far as what it was designed and then sort of how everything's functioning. And Jed, particularly our HVAC guy, was assigned to this building and the Hirschler Capital Complex. Spends a lot of time running around helping address too hot here, too cold there, and trying to figure out how to make the system work the way it is. So he's learned a lot about that, and I'm sure he could help provide some good feedback into this as well.
Please proceed.
All
John,
right.
did you have anything? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll just point out on this slide, this is another room where it's picking one or the other, either wall or ceiling. You can see on this graph, they pretty much have the same acoustical benefits. We're able to get a equivalent amount on the walls as if we could do the ceiling. So you're picking ceiling or wall treatment here.
Can I ask a question? Timeline, as far as choosing a ceiling or a wall treatment, what is the timeline? Our executive spaces, we don't have the luxury of moving a meeting somewhere else. A lot of times we're limited on space. So time would matter as far as the work goes.
So that would be something as part of the discussion about which route or which solution would be looked at, would be understanding the ramifications, because all of these systems require closing down the room during the installation. Both are trowelable systems, so if the installation time may be similar from applying the product, what may lengthen the time is how many wall elements have to be pulled out or ceiling elements have to be dropped down. So that really should be part of the discussion as we're finding solutions in different spaces.
Yeah, that was a good question. That's got to be part of the consideration for sure.
Okay, policy conference room. Similar, we're able to get treatment on all 4 walls for sound absorption. We are recommending the coffers be filled with the ceiling sound absorption material. This again has the fan coil modification and controls, and then the reactionary fixes for all the work.
It's similar to the last two rooms. This is an either or scenario. You can either do the walls or the ceilings and get a good benefit and fairly close to the recommended reverberation time.
The policy group reception. Henderson or Jeff, I'll let you, this is a unique one.
If you want to back up, maybe just show where this is at, these pictures, those two chases.
Yeah, so this is the open work area.
Yeah.
And we're looking at the noise on each side. So we're addressing both
So
sides.
that's
of
what they're
this.
addressing.
There's a bank of return supplier grills on each one of these kind of column elements. These are the mechanical spaces that the following photograph is inside.
Yeah, as Todd indicated, these are inside those mechanical closets there. And these are basically two vertical fan coil units that are just serving to help heat and cool that interior space. So while we were there, it looks like there's a ton of vibration noise that's being transferred from these units into the wall and the structure as well. It's a little difficult to see from these, but you can see sort of that orangish red beam above the duct in the left picture there. So these units are basically directly being suspended, or the ductwork, I should say, is directly suspended from these from the structural members. And because of that, we're looking at a lot of noise transfer because the unit still had shipping bolts installed, so they just don't have any sort of noise dampening on them right now. So because of that, we're going to recommend that you take those shipping bolts out. Obviously, that's a real quick, easy way to help. And then in addition, add some waffle pads to where those points are connected to the beams themselves to get a little bit more vibration dampening into the structure so it's not shaking those metal beams as much. We also would recommend that you take out kind of this ductwork within the space, within the mechanical space, I should say, and provide some high efficiency duct transitions. Right now, you can kind of see on that picture on the right, it's a very abrupt, direct duct going out and then into an even more abrupt transition on that side. When you have a lot of quick changes like that in a duct system, you're going to get noise generated by the air, especially as it's coming right out of the top of a unit like this at the maximum velocity. So we can, redo that with a little bit better system to sort of help guide the air so that it's not making such abrupt changes and hitting all of these metal walls. The other things we would recommend are adding some flexible connectors to those connection points so that you've got a little bit of leeway in there. So if the unit is moving a little bit, it's not necessarily shaking the ductwork as well. And then also just adding in some acoustical liner similar to what we're doing on those fan coil units in the offices to the interior of this duct to just help them absorb some of that motor noise as it's coming out of the units. So if you do all of those, that should make a pretty big night and day difference in the amount of noise that's being generated and transferred into that meeting or that work area right there.
So we're trying to place where that noise, you put us on a map, what's that entryway?
Yeah, so this is at the garden level. So this is the open office area. This was the office behind. So
Yeah, and I think there's a couple couches kind of right when you walk through that set of double doors there. And if you stand right in front of those couches, it's very loud.
I just had a staff person move out of that section because they can't work. She has to wear her ear things all day long.
it was overwhelming.
It was the noisiest space we were in all day, I think.
Wow, we're gonna fix that.
The governor's formal office there in the corner, looking at wall treatment on two surfaces, looking at a full ceiling application. This again has the similar fan coil controls and reactionary repairs. And I think, John, you said this is again, one or the other.
Yes, so that's correct. Ceiling or a wall, not both.
So those encasements for those floor models, is there enough space inside to take advantage of acoustical products inside those fine wooden cabinets?
Yeah, inside
I think
this.
you referenced that, did you, Todd? And so it's not all in those surface elements. You might be able to tuck some acoustical product inside.
Yeah, and Henderson describes kind of that up here in their fan coil modifications. It's kind of like option one, option two, and how you can just keep increasing the ability to control the airflow, to baffle it, to suppress the sound, with the intent of modifying the control, so it's not running on high all the time, like some of them appear to be doing. We found some thermostats that were exposed to the sunlight, so the room may be at the perfect temperature, but the sunlight hitting the thermostat directly through the window, it's causing it to read cooling, so it was on high, and so it a lot of little nuances for each one of the rooms.
And by the way, this is kind of on an aside to the subcommittee, but this is work that could be ongoing. This could be major maintenance kinds of work that we take the recommendation from our teams and over the course of a little bit of time, we take care of these things. So it may not necessarily impact the budget that we've been given to make a recommendation with. We could set that on the side and say, that could be continuing. Hope that makes sense, but appreciate it, Jim.
Yep.
Please proceed.
A couple of the individual offices at the first floor. These were not recommending any sound absorption. They were intended to just have the fan coils modified for no other issues. And then we step into the high priority common space. At the rotunda, the intent is just to approach this from an audio perspective. So John, if you got a second.
Yeah, so one of the concerns that was brought up is having any sort of event in the rotunda. It's hard to hear what's going on. We kind of took a look at the existing kind of portable podium system that is used for those. And it's just simply a speaker behind a fabric grill inside a podium, at your belly level. So our recommendation is to look at a higher performance portable sound system. The way that these function is you can see that it has sort of this vertical column speaker that sits higher up at your head level. And it directs the sound in a more narrow beam, if you will, towards an audience. And so this type of product works pretty well in reverberant spaces like the rotunda. And you could set up multiple units of these on each level, depending on how your event is actually using the space.
That makes a lot of sense.
Looking around, there's all that, yeah.
Good stuff.
And at the capital extension corridor, the exact same thing is being recommended as that high priority option.
Yeah, that product could be used in both areas, basically as needed, set up for those events and taken down. It would function well in either space. And so I think that's probably the sort of best bang for your buck that you can do right now for those types of ad hoc events.
I have a question. I think the current system we have is, one that we acquired sort of out of our own funds at some point. And I think we often are asked to use that outside as well. Would this system be capable of being used nice conditions outside, not, of course, no precipitation?
Yes, this can be used outside. It actually, I think, can be used outside in precipitation with accessory cover that you can put on the lower unit. So it could definitely be used outside.
That include a blizzard?
We have those 10 months out of the year here. Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm glad we covered that. That just makes so much sense. I like the fact that that's mobile. Yes. And you can take it to all three major locations. The work I used to do, I finally got to the point where I had to go to our board and say, we're not going to have any more events if people can't hear. Shouldn't even have an event if people can't hear. So I really like this discussion. Thank you. Please proceed, gentlemen.
The broadcast studio around the corner. So we're looking at actually increasing the size of the space. So the existing wall currently sits about right in here because there is a third small room here.
And this is the shelled out space out over here that hasn't been finished out yet. They sometimes use for,
It's actually behind us.
or behind us, sorry, yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, for additional clarification, this project is a little bit separate but associated. It has the acoustical portion. But you may recall there was also legislation, your committee is so successful, it keeps getting charged with more tasks. So there is another pot of money for this particular work that Vince and Todd are gonna go from now.
Thank you.
And this subcommittee oversees that.
Yeah, thanks, Woody.
And John, you can definitely jump in when you, if I say something wrong, but the intent is to create a sound wall in addition to the existing wall. This isn't just wall treatment. This is actually a new acoustical wall that's built in front of the wall with the elevators adjacent. This will help prevent vibration, isolation, and then also off the corridor. And then we'll have a new wall here. This is the existing server room. And then Jeff, if you could explain what we'll have to do mechanically.
Yeah, this one's again a little different since it's a unique space. Fairly standard adjustments to what's in there for the shell space already. So that terminal unit that you can kind of see in the picture there, it's just obviously hanging suspended sort of in the space right now. It's a little low for what you would want to put in for a ceiling. So we would recommend just, removing it and moving it over slightly. There's no attached ductwork right now. So really it would just be reworking the piping, which we're also going to recommend we do because one of them, when it got installed, actually got semi-buried in that 1 hour rated wall, fire rated wall right there. So that wall is kind of not really a continuous fire rating like we'd like to see. So we would recommend removing the unit, removing that piping, and just moving the unit over to a better location so we could raise it up some, get that piping out of the wall to make that a continuous fire barrier, and then reconnect everything and install some ductwork and diffusers into the ceiling like you would need to see, along with some standard, lay-in lighting that you would see in an acoustic ceiling tiles type ceiling. And then any associated stuff we'd need for fire sprinklers, audio visual, things like that would also be installed in that ceiling as we finished up on that.
John, anything else to add? I know this was in your report, well detailed.
Yeah, maybe just to clarify one thing here, we mentioned that, yes, there would be a new ceiling installed, and that would be what we call a noise control ceiling that sits below all the piping and all the mechanical systems, so that any noise from the floor above or those systems gets blocked and kept out of the studio itself. And the studio itself would still have some additional acoustical treatments within, so that, if you're doing any recording in there, you get a nice clean recording. So all those details will be worked out in a sort of a more detailed design process, but that's kind of the summary.
Good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Wendy, I have a question. Are we doing anything with the governor's kind of temporary studio?
Mr. Chairman, that would be envisioned that when this broadcast studio is done, it would be scheduled. So the governor could book it whenever needed to use this space for multiple purposes.
Okay. But we're not doing anything with his current space that he's currently using. That room will stay as is.
So my understanding is from the last time we walked it, and I don't know, Will, if you have more recent information, but the last time we walked it, my understanding is there would be a comfort level once the broadcast studio was set up appropriately to be able to give that current space back as a conference room. So this broadcast studio would be used for any time if the governor has a news conference or any type of recorded.
Okay, so that will be his media room if need be through scheduling.
Yeah, it would
Okay.
be like a lot of the common spaces where it would be booked, reserved for different types of activity.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And what was that? So
That was my understanding. We're back to it, I'm sure.
The lower priority legislative, we're not saying these are low, they're just lower than the high priority. would be the historic Supreme Court meeting room. And with that, we're looking at potentially some drapery at the east and west windows, and also some acoustic sound absorption under the balcony or under the gallery component. There's an arched ceiling there, so we're looking at a product there. And this is down at the lower level. The only reactionary thing that we'll have to coordinate with is there are some grills at these two Chase locations, which are highlighted in orange, that we'll have to coordinate around. But other than that, it would just be the same thing as we talked about before.
That's a tough room, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that room is maybe the most challenging space, and there's really not a lot of option to add acoustical treatments. So this kind of shows the performance results if we can do ceiling modification and the additional drapery. It does add up. It does provide some significant benefit if it can be done. It doesn't get us to the green line, but that's probably a decent compromise for this space. So in this room, we're recommending to do as much as possible.
Mr. Chairman, as we talked last time we got together, incremental changes sometimes are appropriate, and that also means incremental scope as well. And that really is why the Supreme Court is listed as a lower priority right now. It does still function. You have fewer activities in the space, so when we take into account budget, this may be one that we look at addressing in the future.
The meeting that I referenced earlier this morning took place in that area last month, and boy, it's difficult. And we all just need to be aware of the fact that we love to meet there because of its historic nature and whatever. It's a beautiful room, but you really have to pay attention to microphones and things because it's a difficult area. Appreciate you guys' support there.
Mr. Chairman, this room might be a great example of what Avant will end with today, which is the sound reinforcement changes, and they've recently done a peer review. And that room actually does have acoustical plaster in the ceiling. It's a more voluminous space, but it does actually have some, you even see here on John's chart, it is performing better than some of the other rooms you've looked at from an acoustical absorption standpoint. But I think what you'll find, what you heard last week in management council, is there's a lot of what's called far end issues. So on the Zoom, when folks are participating remotely, there's a lot of things that Avant can do to tweak so that someone isn't so soft and other people are so loud. That's part of the programming work that Avant will be doing.
Yeah. That speaks this stuff on the microphones. You know, you can hear somebody, but somebody else you can't. There's some things that can be done. I think it's what Wendy is.
Without touching your highest level of historic finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll touch on that towards the end to give you an update on that portion of the work. And I wanted to address, I saw a question come in on the chat. And Vance, maybe, or Todd, correct me if I'm wrong, but anywhere that drapery is being installed that is able to be pulled back. Is that correct?
And we're also going to try to, we will detail it to where you can keep all your shutters. So it'll be more of a cantilever effect. It'll be a heavyweight pleated element, but that way you could still work the shutters that are there. If you opened it up, you can still pull the shutters apart, close it. So it'll be coordinated with everything.
So Todd, just from the 30,000 foot view, all that we have talked about this morning, there are a couple pieces that remind me that might take some maintenance. Is that a concern? Is that being talked about a little bit? Or, for example, what about these big draperies? It strikes me that every couple of years you're going to have to send those somewhere, I assume.
The ones we used that did at Kansas, they were, due to their grand scale, everything is obviously larger. So, the hoops that go around the rod. So from a maintenance perspective, we'd probably look at maybe a color that doesn't necessarily reflect hand dirt We would be looking at a fabric that could be cleaned in place. You could actually steam clean them in place. And so the ones in Topeka, we really looked at something that you didn't have to remove because just the anxiety of getting it down, putting it back up. So, yeah. And there are some great fabrics out there now that can resist all sorts of stuffs.
Yeah, thanks for that. This subcommittee, as it recommends on the ladder, you know, that's just good to know.
Yeah.
And probably be asked about some of this, so.
Okay. I can talk to you guys outside of this, but I'm also personally curious about how you do the cleaning around some of the offset pieces where you've got that air gap in there and how those are properly cleaned.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just one final question, and it may have been on the last slide, I don't recall, were there speakers in this room or any talk of additional, especially I'm thinking like balcony? I just don't recall.
Yeah, I don't think we were looking at.
Yeah, so I can address that. The current speaker layout in this room, it consists of a few ceiling mounted speakers for the gallery. And those are installed, as Wendy mentioned, in an existing acoustical plaster system. So while there could be some improvements to that gallery with spacing, sort of touching that existing acoustical plaster system is a lot more extensive, right? We're not trying to replace that. The speakers for the floor level consist of a couple surface mounted speakers right behind the columns, as well as desk mounted speakers at the circular U-shaped desk and the side desk where the operators sit. So we're not recommending any changes to that distribution. There's not a great alternative in this space. It's more challenging than something like the JAC in that regard because of the extra high ceiling. But we will be addressing sort of the configuration and tuning of that system as part of our sort of sound system overhaul that we're looking at doing here in a couple of weeks, which again, I'll summarize kind of at the end of this presentation.
Please proceed.
Although listed as a lower priority at the Supreme Court, we heard last time, we recognized that the data closet, due to some cooling issues and ventilation issues, there was a large fan inside the room, and the transom window above the door was kicked open. So it was unbelievable amount of air noise coming out of that. So as part of a higher priority, we would pull this forward and recommend this be done up front. So Henderson, Jeff, I'll let you kind of explain what we were looking at.
Yeah, so really on this one, it's fairly straightforward. What we would be looking to do is get a small fan, just an inline fan that is very quiet and, just steady state operation. And we would put that in there to transfer air from the space adjacent to it under the door and pull kind of that up through that rack to keep the rack cool, and then just transfer that air back out of the space up above the ceiling level. That would just allow us to, keep that area cool and vastly reduce the amount of noise that is being generated currently in there by the fan.
Our understanding, somebody goes in and shuts the fan off before a meeting and then turns it back on after the meeting. So,
And Mr. Chairman, the issue with that is that you have to be very careful that equipment does not overheat during the time that the fan is turned off. So it has to be
And
monitored.
nobody's ever gonna forget to turn that back on.
that's right. That's right.
There you go.
Put a big switch on the wall.
Well, Wendy's right there. She doesn't forget.
Like we would have Joe on our.
So this again, lower priority, the House and Senate lobby. So we're looking at the space directly outside the doorways at both the lower level, the floors and the galleries. And this we're looking at simply a rug, an area rug. A lot of people lobby out there, a lot of people hang out, and so noise, foot traffic. So this will really help knowing that people are going in and out of these doors constantly. It'll just help deaden that sound outside. So a very simple solution. The Senate break room, Jeff, I'll let you discuss this. This is unique again.
Yeah, this is a little bit unique. We do have a couple conditions that are similar to this, so we can kind of pass that on as well as we go along. But basically the issue that we noticed in these rooms is that you're getting a lot of noise transfer through those wall-mounted grills because they're tapped directly off of the duct risers that are going up and down in that sort of interstitial space represented by the gray X in that there. So the red that's shown, that's what's currently done, where they come directly off of that ductwork and the grills are just sitting in the wall right in front of the duct. So what we would propose is that you actually tap off for the supply, which is the lower one on that side there. We would propose just bringing that off of the side and then adding a 90-degree elbow in and then going out to a similar sized grill in the wall and doing a similar treatment on that further north one where we would come out and we would actually have two 90-degree elbows in there to get to a grill in that wall as well. That would just be the same style grills, all of that. We would just need to move them, patch the wall, paint everything back the way it is currently. And then that, along with putting some acoustical lining in there, should really help dampen the amount of noise that's being transferred through that ductwork from the units themselves, from the exhaust fan and the unit that's supplying the outside air.
So we don't really need to do that because we don't want people to hang out and break them. They should be on the floor.
Yeah. Take their naps though. I want to be able to give them their little break and middle of the day.
I thought they always took their naps on the Senate floor.
Yeah, well, there's that too.
And Mr. Chairman, you'll see kind of a common theme in some of these mechanical solutions. There's either the SCAU solutions or there are these chase solutions. So if you don't want to apply it here, there are other places that is, there's a conference room directly below there that the same issue is in.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate all of that conversation and work going on the HVAC stuff. Yeah, that does generate fun.
The IT room, the workroom, again, another similar application with the duct. This case, we would need to apply a soffit, but it's a pretty low profile space. These are also more of the air handling unit spaces. So we've kind of identified this in a group of spaces that can be repeated when you see fit. And again, this is also a solution that the spaces we identify here are the only ones that were brought to the attention of Avant's report initially. This application is good, as you mentioned earlier, everywhere, and it can be done 3 years from now, 2 years from now.
And just for the record, I don't want to forget our employee, for any one of them, at any spot in the building. Eventually, hopefully we can make these sort of modifications as we go and get to all of them.
What effect does does it sound dampening stuff for those grills have on the airflow? Does it kind of just redirect it around it? Does it impede it a little bit?
So it will introduce a slight bit of pressure loss in that system, but that amount of loss is going to be relatively minimal. And we will size these accordingly to make sure that you're not really seeing a difference. It's probably a difference of a few cubic feet per minute on a unit that's outputting 300 to 500 of those. So you're talking maybe a 1% difference in airflow. So it's going to be minimal at best. Or at worst, I should say.
Is that a kind of mesh or something that we would need to be dusting and vacuuming regularly, or?
So it's going to be a sort of it would look almost foam-like. It will probably need some level of cleaning just because it's going to be a darker color. So if you have dust in there, you may notice some of it. It's not going to build up necessarily a ton of dust. It won't really build up any more than the ductwork itself does now. So it may be something that occasionally, if for some reason one of the filters goes bad or something, you may need to pop that grill off and take a shot back in there and clean it out. But I wouldn't anticipate a ton of dust building up on this. It shouldn't be that much more than what you would get off of the grill itself, just, as it sits in the room.
Thank you.
Low priority executive. So the shared conference room, we're looking again at a duct transition. As you see kind of where it was and where we're recommending it go in the image, just moving it off center. And we'll have to coordinate with the lintel. We know there's a historic lintel in there somewhere, so we'll have to coordinate with that. Individual offices, again, we pooled these together. These individual offices will have, again, the same mechanical upgrade with duct offset. And then, of course, the fan coil modifications. And down to the low priority common, in the rotunda, there is an opportunity to apply some type of a wall treatment. If so, deemed necessary. It does have an effect, but again, it's such a low priority. We recognize the historical space, but we know we could come up with something that would be compatible. In the extension corridor out here, it was also in a bonds report to address acoustic material around those skylight, the upper partitions in the skylight. So again, a low, we can get the audio system to work well, and this doesn't have to be done, and it would be not necessary. And then some of the monumental corridors, just simple rugs, area rugs again. And we're showing these area rugs at locations of where the furniture is currently sitting. So again, it would actually become a place to sit with the furniture and with the rug. So small acoustic quality. And in the media rooms, just kind of the last, the two remaining, once we move that wall over, this would just get some type of a wall treatment. In this case, it would be a simple panel wrapped off the shelf kind of thing. We're not looking at any historic plaster or anything, it's something cheap that gets the job done. That's it.
Yeah, so everything we've talked to, Mr. Chairman, with you today and the subcommittee really is dealing with sort of scope issues and quality issues. And so this is all preliminary. We've been pulling this information together, working closely with the engineers, trying to make sure that what we're talking about serves a purpose, that it can perform. But then in addition to that, we do have to look at budgets. Budget is always a restriction. And so we've engaged a third-party cost estimator to look at the work that's being proposed. So preliminarily, what they have identified for us, if we were to accumulatively say we're going to do everything that we have shown in this presentation, we are approximately $2.9 million worth of work. And we're looking at that as a max. And there is opportunities then in spaces where it's the either or, that cost obviously goes down. And when you look at then prioritizing what you might do, those costs can all be brought down. There are so many different scenarios that and this is where we're looking for some input from the subcommittee. There are so many different scenarios of what we can do either at one complete time or phased through time, that it's a challenge for us to develop a cost estimate that is applicable. And in order to start the conversation, if you can go to the next slide. One of the things we would encourage the subcommittee to look at is looking at the three components that we're dealing with. The acoustic recommendations that can be done, the mechanical improvements that could be done, as well as the improvements or addition of sound systems within the different spaces that we've talked about. So as the design team has gotten together and said, where do we believe the money is best spent to improve the acoustic quality of the spaces that we've talked about? Within the high priority spaces, we are recommending for the Joint Appropriations Committee both the acoustic wall and drapery that was identified graphically and shown in the report. When you look at the other public meeting room, the ceremonial office, executive conference room, policy room, that is where we believe that the ceiling treatment, while it is a more expensive treatment, is the better solution. One, because it allows you to do things on the walls that we have talked about. That they either have monitors or artwork that won't go away. That we can achieve the acoustic quality in the space with the ceiling acoustic system. It also, from an historic preservation and visual intrusion, is the least noticeable change to space if you're looking at making changes to the ceiling.
Go ahead, Treasurer.
Looking at it as far as contractors, it's the same contractor that does the acoustic ceilings and the walls.
Yeah, John, have you seen that typically that a person that would install Bosifon could also install the Star Silent as an option? Or are we talking two different subcontractors?
So I think that it kind of depends on the product. I think you mentioned earlier that, you had samples there for those two products, but the exact product that gets used, there might be some other options. Sometimes if, a contractor does acoustical plasters, then they can do all the different types of acoustical plaster. Some manufacturers have, specific contractors that do their work. So there's a potential that, yes, it's the same contractor, but that also might depend on the exact product that's chosen.
And I'm just kind of looking at the time of, if you do everything, the time period there, or if you do it in stages, what the time period is there. Looking at some of the mobilization costs, if you've got your contractor does both ceilings and walls, what the differences are going to be there. When you actually get down into doing a budget, kind of put in some optionality in there. So, because if it takes so long that it's going to, really impede the business of government within the capital, like it's almost a mini renovation and people have to relocate someplace else. All those things have to be taken into context with the cost of it. And so I'm thinking in some of these areas here, especially in some of the governor's areas, that they may need to be some relocation, the environmental thing as far as the effects it has on the people within the building, whether or not the whole building has to be, if it, just basically you gotta, everybody that comes in has to have a respirator and treat it as a hazard zone, all of those different things kind of make us aware of the things that we necessarily don't know that we don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
Can you go back to the cost analysis? With $3 million. So you have that broken down by component, but not by area.
So that is correct. At this stage, so we do have a detailed preliminary cost estimate and what to help us engage in the conversation right now, that the cost is broken down by the high priority legislative, high priority executive, high priority common space, and then I've given the subtotal associated with that. And for example, all of those high priorities, we're looking at a 1.8, 1.9 maximum cost. And we have in this number, I want to make sure everybody is aware that we have in this number included then the general overhead profit that the contractor charges, that we understand that we haven't finished the design work. So there's a design contingency on top of that. And then the other is escalation, assuming that the work may not happen right away. So these are larger dollar amounts that are shown. And then we did the same thing. With the
So given the, the quality of the workmanship needs to have are your cost estimates based upon qualified contractor, meaning it, in all probability, it'll be someone from not, and so it'll be a different cost.
And yes, sir, the cost estimator is certainly aware of the product and materials that we're talking about. They've estimated these similar products on other projects for us. And you are correct, just like we undertook your major renovation. You did have specialty contractors from outside the area needed to perform that work.
So at some point, it will be useful for us to see more specific cost analysis,
Yes.
because to me, the greatest likelihood is we're gonna test it. And we'll see how it works and see what those costs are and you know, evaluate the pros and cons before we meet.
Well, yeah, just to add to what the representative just said, it seems to me that our subcommittee would not only want to evaluate high priority versus medium versus low priority, but we would also want to get some feeling for, you know, how far we want to go, because we talked about stages too.
Right.
Incremental approaches to some of this.
Right.
So in my mind, I'm just trying to think of what would be best for our subcommittee, timing wise, and how we can help you gentlemen, how you can help us. We're gonna have to sort that out as we go forward, but appreciate the thoughts of the representative. He's spot on. We're gonna have to be able to make a recommendation at some point. And we'll have to base it on priorities, levels, you know, maybe we take some initial levels on some of this stuff, knowing that we may have to come back in again. Does that make sense to you two?
Go back, go to the next slide. In addition to that, it absolutely makes sense, Mr. Chairman, but in addition to that, I do think because we are talking acoustic recommendations, which is really our focus, you do have a number of mechanical changes in what, of course, we don't understand is whether there's a potential different funding source for handling your mechanical systems, whether that's outside of the acoustic budget that's been approved to date. And the same thing with sound systems, anything that you might do may be handled in a separate budget.
And Mr. Chair, yeah, we have talked about that a little bit internally, and you know, the mechanical systems, we think that could probably be handled with some major maintenance dollars, capital preservation money, things like that, and maybe some of the modifications to the AV system as well.
Treasurer's budget, governor's budget.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Sure. You know, that's.
As long as they're investment managers, we can. Mr. Chairman, I want to make sure though that we understand the processes and we're not, you know, trying to save money and then going on and coming in later and retrofitting mechanical or something else, which costs us a lot more than it would have done if we would have just, you know, done it right the first time.
No question, no question. And I think, yeah, in the back of my mind, through all of the work that we've done the last couple of years, subcommittees, I think it's important that we do it right. So whatever we do, I hope that we can in our minds stay at a pretty high level and make sure that we don't have to come back in and redo something. Some of this is the result of engineering. I mean, let's be honest. When we were trying to finish the Capitol building, some of this was pulling our reins in a little bit.
You mean value engineering?
Yes, value engineering. Yeah,
Just had to get.
you know what value engineering does, right? Engineers the value out of something. So we, some of this is that. So I agree with the treasurer on that front for sure. The recommendations that we make, I know will be well thought out. We need to really challenge each other to make sure we're sending the right recommendations up the executive and legislative branches. So anything else?
I was gonna just reiterate one thing. We, Treasurer, we actually talked about using that product everywhere. And that's been part of our discussion, and it was based on one tradesperson being in the building, doing everything. You no longer have that two subcontractors.
Yeah.
You can use the same scaffolding, they can use the same access. So we have been doing that along with CCS and Avant, is trying to talk about how can we pool the trades together and get it more efficient use of their money.
More or less than 6 months to do.
Yeah.
I mean, can you tell us more or less than 6 months?
So the challenge with telling you a timeline is how many spaces do you want to do within the funds you have? So
Let's just say, you know, we're buying off on all of it. We'll find the money, whether it's in major maintenance or this budget or the other budget. And you guys would start like on May 1st and you've got to finish within 6 months.
I mean, I would think, Jeff, do you see any issues with your mechanical upgrades? That this isn't just typical and John product wise?
Yeah, I mean, we would need to do some detailed drawings, obviously, for the fan coil units. But apart from that, the number of spaces that are actually unique are fairly small. So the drafting wise, it's not terribly difficult. It's just having some coordination with, obviously, to make sure that we're hitting those acoustic goals for the fan coil units, and then engaging with a millwork contractor to make sure that it all works with that custom millwork. So it's not a ton of drafting on our end is the long and short of it.
Everything that we've talked about to date, we assume would be less than the 8-month period if you were to look at the entire scope.
Well, you can relocate the governor's office where the legislature's offices are in Ursula, and relocate everybody else in the superintendent of public instructions area.
Well, it sounds like the treasurer's already working on that.
I just know where there's some extra room or.
Treasurer Meyer, he's the one that has some of that budget we can tap into. What is that? That vault over there.
And Mr. Chair, if you did proceed with some of those mechanical solutions, those would be an occupied space, but they're not necessarily, for example, in the governor's policy area, CMD and A&I had done some work about a year ago on those ducts. So it does displace people at the time, but it doesn't displace necessarily the entire suite. So it's different than vacating the building or vacating a wing of the building. Obviously, Governor's Ceremonial Conference Room is in year-round use, so that's a different instance. But those legislative spaces, you do have the interim where you have other spaces you could use, for example, for PMRs 110 and 113. If you did proceed with some of those solutions, there's times where the spaces are vacant, and we would be, if anything ends up happening in the ceremonial, we would work with the governor's office on other spaces that are.
I think primarily, our subcommittee is going to be more concerned with making the proper recommendations of what needs to be done with the capital itself and with the extension. And all of those logistics will be worked out by some of you, but not necessarily by the subcommittee.
Yeah.
So, and that goes on up the ladder, and more important people than me will be dealing with when they're gonna do some of this work. But gentlemen, what else can we do to be helpful for you this morning before we move on with the agenda?
We still want to do that. Yeah, we do. We want to end with the sound system peer discussion. The only question I would ask is based on the quality and scope of work that we've identified, and even the general overall dollar amounts, is there something that we should go back and spend more time looking at? That's something maybe you didn't like, or you weren't sure whether we were headed in the right direction? That would be the question.
I'm a little concerned about, some of the people that might want to hang artwork on different walls and different things like that, we've got composites up and down the connector here, but you've got areas where you wanted to put on some acoustics that, and I know you don't have anything, I think, planned for the ceilings in this connector.
Right.
But I think that you might look at a budget on the ceilings there. So these guys have spent months on figuring out where in the heck they hang artwork and composites. And so I don't want anything that we're doing with the acoustical things to basically go back in and have another month or two on discussions about where things are going to be on.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, before John goes into the peer review, there is kind of 3 different triggers for you as a subcommittee. One is, again, the direction that you would like to give Trainer to continue forward with some different slicing and dicing of those cost estimates. And then as you further develop it, as Mr. Chairman said, that gets you into another provision of statute that has to deal with any architectural change to the building would be a recommendation to SB and Management Council. But this committee would be charged, similar to exhibit wayfinding, with overseeing the detailed work. And then CMD has the appropriation for the project. So there's kind of some different elements. That second portion about it going to SBC and Management Council, that statutory provision also includes a requirement that any major architectural change notifies the legislative branch and the session passes prior to work. So if there is work you would like to do, even something at a high level like this, there's probably a trigger for this session, for this subcommittee to just send some sort of notification via Management Council to the body. But we can address this. We still have one more meeting to go to, but it may not even need to be any more detailed that, this subcommittee is working on this and there is potential architectural changes that could be in future interviews.
I'm just curious, how much acoustic benefits do you get off of having cushions on hardwood chairs?
We talked about that too, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It is about the same as having the person sit in that hardwood chair.
It
So
is,
if you
okay.
have a person there occupying that chair, there is sound absorption
I see.
with that.
So we just address a bigger audience.
We just need more
We
people.
just need to make those appropriations committees more entertaining.
There you go.
And then we can all want votes. So anything else, subcommittee? We do want to finish up with some peer review, so please proceed, gentlemen.
Okay, John, you and Bob, sorry.
Yeah, so this is the sort of other portion of the project that's sort of concurrently going on. We gave you a little bit of an update last time. So we've completed what we were calling a peer review of the sound systems within the main spaces in the Capitol. I'll reiterate that is the Senate chamber, the House chamber, the Supreme Court room, the JAC, the two public meeting rooms, and the ceremonial conference room. That's the extent of the scope of spaces we were looking at with this update. And the sort of summary of that report is basically a list of things that we can do with the existing systems as they sit today by reconfiguring sort of the brain. And tuning the microphones, tuning the speakers, and optimizing the performance as best as we can. So that work is currently scheduled to take place the week of January 22nd. That's a couple weeks from now. And this itinerary here on the left shows our anticipated schedule of addressing all of those spaces that we just mentioned. So what we'll be doing is going through the systems and reconfiguring them to get as best performance as we can. And we think that will make a noticeable difference with that work. In conjunction with that, there's a few additional things that have been sort of improved on or are in the works of improving on. And that is new gooseneck microphones and windscreens are currently being installed in all of these spaces. I think there's going to be some small labels added to the desk speakers and microphones just to provide sort of a reminder on how to properly use those items. So kind of a daily reminder of whoever's talking, they can see a little statement that reminds them how close they should be and how to use that properly. And then as we're on site for this commissioning, we're also going to be doing some additional training on how to use and maintain the systems. There's a slight, some upgrades and some improvements maybe to the sort of touchscreen controls that are located in each of these rooms to maybe make them as user-friendly as possible and reduce any sort of user error that might occur. So those things are also moving forward and going to take place shortly. So there should be some tangible improvements to these spaces and their performance for the next session.
Any questions of John? Thank you for that, John. Appreciate it. Any questions?
Are there any microphone extensions for folks that do their best talking at a 45-degree incline?
I think there's some of this we're not gonna fix. But we will give it our best shot.
Well, that's the drop ones in JDC, because probably the worst candidate of them.
So the training piece, there's some of that will take place, John, I appreciate you referencing that, but we have an opportunity as well, right? As we go up and into another session of the legislature, I think members of this committee will have an opportunity to really emphasize how important this technical piece is, and we've got to use microphones, et cetera, sound systems appropriately. Hopefully we can get better on that front. So any questions with that regard? I can vouch for the fact that microphones have already been replaced in the chambers. At least most of them, it look like. So. Well, I think committee gentlemen, really appreciate the morning. I've learned a lot and I appreciate your work. I think maybe the approach for us as a subcommittee is absent objection. We would just direct Trainer to continue on the track that was presented, to modify and detail the work and work on budget considerations for the next time that we meet. And then subcommittee, we can be thinking about what levels, where in the building, if we have to cut back on what we would recommend, where would we do that? If we want to recommend the entire project as is, we're going to have work to do to present that on the matter. Does that make sense? Absent objection? Any thoughts on that front? Representative, treasurer? I think
I think that's fine, but, they're gonna do the acoustics, but we need to have the mechanical and the other stuff move forward at the same speed, so who's online to keep that on track?
so. I'm looking at.
Mr. Chair,
Well, go
they've
ahead.
got an engineering team on board.
Okay, so you guys are gonna handle all of that.
That's Henderson Engineers who we're presenting today. They will be our mechanical consultant.
So kind of on a parallel track would be the way to visualize it, folks.
Yeah.
Once again, appreciate it. Thank you to everyone who's involved outside of the subcommittee work. And gentlemen, thanks again. Really appreciate it.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative.
my suggestion will probably be that we form a small working group out of this group, which are legislators, executive folks, and I, to come out with a kind of a tentative game plan or recommendation on implementation and bring it back to this committee, because otherwise the question is, what more do you need to present to us in your finalized report before we can do that? Or when we put all that together and actually say, okay, let's try this, let's give a time frame and test this out. So
Right, I do believe, Mr. Chairman, that we do have additional discussions of the budget.
just leave the budget out of it,
Okay,
just in terms of getting the work done that you just presented to us. Our job is the budget.
Okay.
And if we've got a $3 million price tag, that's all. Which is, we're gonna decide what to do, when we're gonna do it, we'll start it. The money will fall.
then my answer would be the scope that we presented with the recommendation on that last slide. That if the subcommittee believes that's the appropriate approach, we have what we need in order to finalize the budget associated with that scope of work, the quality of work that with the products and materials that we talked about.
Okay. Makes sense. I think we're done, gentlemen, for today. Look forward to the conversation moving forward and once again, appreciate all your work. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. And then we'll come back and pick up the rest of our agenda for the day. We've got a way to go. Let's be back in 10 minutes. Always good to see you and, Subcommittee, we've got quite a bit of work to do, an agenda ahead and it's going to be, an enjoyable rest of the day. But let's get started. So, welcome back. I get away. Let's get started on this.
Thanks very much. It's excellent to see all of you. Okay, my first statement is context. I'm a dad. So the second statement is, I haven't seen you since last year. That was terrible.
It's a good one.
Let me just say up front, I really appreciated, the latest slide deck, and sometimes that can be really hard to provide quality feedback. And for me, I appreciate everyone in the room right now who weighed in on the first bird in particular, because that is not an area that I frequent every day. It's not an area that I know very well. I know the co-chairman did a good job of picking up on things, and of course, the rest of you will and already have too. So, but nice work. Yeah, look forward to the conversation.
I'm so glad you said that, because maybe we don't say it enough, but we really do appreciate the extra effort that goes into reviewing all this stuff, because it's on top of everything else that you're doing day in and day out. And then you're supposed to go through documents that are probably unusual to you and try to decipher stuff and figure it out and give intelligent responses. And you're doing that and we appreciate it. So thank you. Let me kind of go over what we're going to talk about today. You tasked us with talking to you about how we might develop the suffrage story and our exhibit recommendations around that. So we're gonna dive into that today. We've made some further progress on the static exhibit updates, particularly with the capital niche, the vitrines, and the stage vault all in the garden level. So we'll look at those today. We introduced the idea of adding graphics to the 5 conference rooms down on this the north end of the extension. So we're going to look at some options around those. An update on the historical voices approach for the vault down on the garden level, the large vault. And then just a really quick overview of the options that we have for the vinyl graphics in the Hirschler building on the exterior. So that's what we're going to try and hit up. And as always, please speak up, ask questions, tell me to repeat or go back or move faster. All right.
So
do we have a question we need to?
Sorry to interrupt.
No, good.
A quick note, Kylie and Tom, welcome from the Historical Society. It's good to see you both, and thanks for all the work. Look forward to the conversation today again. Didn't want to miss them. And as you know, we do have Representative Sherwood is online with us as well. So, all right, back to you, Nigel. I'm sorry.
No, I'm glad. Again, I'm glad you said that. Kylie and Tom are fabulous. So, and a lot of what's wonderful about what we're going to go through today is hats off to them. So let's keep diving in. So with the exhibit recommendations, and actually I'm going to lean right into Kylie right away here to help walk us through the suffrage story that we want to tell. It's going to be divided between the first level and the second level. So we're going to kind of do an overview of what that is and then walk through each level to show you how that would be expressed in different exhibits, their location, and how the story kind of unfolds. There's like 2 versions for the first level and then 1 version for the second level. We've made some adaptations to some of the exhibit elements to help accommodate that change. So I'll walk you through that as well as Kylie moves through. So Kylie, just tell me when to jump to the next page and I'm glad to do it.
Great, thank you, Nigel. And I actually want to start off with giving some really big kudos to the DI team and their designs. That I had sort of a narrow idea of what the suffrage story could be. And then when they approached me with the latest designs, it really brought the narrative to life in a way that fits with the building and allows the building to tell part of the story. So I think it's a really elegant design, and I'm excited to share the narrative that emerged from that. Starting with the first level and this high level concept that we have for this, that when most visitors first come into the Capitol, coming up those stairs and into that grand hallway, the first panel that they'll be greeted with is the People's House panel and welcoming them to the Capitol. And we talked a little bit about the language on that panel during our last subcommittee meeting and how we want it to be really welcoming. We want to encourage visitors to take ownership of the building and this latest renovation, to feel comfortable walking through the space and looking at all of these different exhibits, as well as we want them to take ownership and feel pride in Wyoming's history. And because of that pride, to be inspired to take ownership of Wyoming's future. And so that really lends itself into this idea of Suffrage Hall, and that we can tell these stories of engaged citizens who fought for suffrage and tell this suffrage story from that citizenship angle, that Wyoming, we inspired the rest of the nation to it, and that we also had engaged citizens who got involved. And so it lends itself into that call to action that you can make your voice be heard, you can reach out to your elected officials, or you can become your elected officials, that you can run for office and take charge of Wyoming's future. And so that's the high level concept for the suffrage story on the first level. And if you want to go on to the next level.
Sure.
And this sort of, oh yes, there we go. Thank you. And so when people, and all of that on the first level, it really does lend itself to encouraging people to explore the rest of these spaces and explore the rest of the building. With this latest design and putting this together, I can really start to see how all of these exhibits are working together as a whole to tell a nice large story of Wyoming's history, and putting the suffrage right at the heart of this story, as well as our government right at the heart of the story, that the Capitol is the seat of government. And so that Suffrage Hall, it's going to encourage people to go up to that second floor, to go visit the room where it happened, the place where the Constitutional Convention was held, and to also think about government in action. I think that this is the place to start talking about, especially because it's not only metaphorically the heart of the Capitol, it's also the center of the building where all of these different branches of government and chambers of our legislature can come and sort of mingle together right there in the center of the building. And so to tell the story, we have the suffrage story has so many great moments where you can see that government in action. Anybody who's worked in the legislature knows that there's a lot behind getting a bill passed into law. And then, so we have the establishment of our founding ideals, and then we have the upholding of those founding ideals. I think that Rotunda is the perfect place to really tell that story, and to really tell it through the lens of the government in action, and lend itself to the concept that not only is this the room where that happened, but this entire building, this space, is the place where it happens today, where decisions are made.
Yeah, so Kylie, let me just jump in. That is terrific stuff. And I've been thinking since our last meeting about this suffrage piece, and we're now thinking about the ground floor. But how do we interact up above too? And you just stated that very well. So committee, any questions or thoughts for Kylie? It's good stuff. Okay, please proceed.
So in the next few slides, we're going to break this all down into the different floors. So give you a sense of how that story will unfold and incorporate the second one. Kelly, you just want to jump past this since we're kind of covering this again as we go through the.
Yes, I think that we can jump right into the floor plans and your brilliant ideas of how to put this together. Thank you, Nigel.
Absolutely. So one can because Kylie and all of us, as well as many here, feel like the heart of the Capitol, the core of the Capitol, right there at the Rotunda, is a really important spot. It really connects beautifully with the story that we're trying to tell as it relates to suffrage. We wanted to pursue a way to keep those reader rails, but I know there's some concern about having those structures there. So we wondered if there was a way to create those so that can be removed for events and moments where the crowds make that untenable, that they feel too obstructive. So we've developed this approach which allows us to move the reader rail out. So these posts that hold the panel would actually sit in like a socket that's mounted into the tile floor. So all you see at the top of the socket is the brass metal with a little cap hiding the hole, similar as what you might see in an old bank or other place where people are establishing a queue or something like that, and they need to add posts to increase the queue or to have people stand back from something. So you can see here how that structure kind of breaks down, and then how that works when the reader rail is removed. So you just see that small little brass cover. The actual panel itself would remove from the posts up at the top. It'd be securing fasteners up there, so that somebody can just walk away with it. There'd be additional fasteners down at the base here as it attaches to the tile floor. So you could just remove the top and the sides and make it easy to store during those events or those moments where you don't want them there, and then replace them again when you do. So I just wanted to set that up before we start to dive into how we would use those. Any questions about that?
No, for what it's worth, I'm thrilled with the concept. Because it answers both sides of that question as to whether or not we want reader rails there. If we don't, they're removable. So
And we could use a similar application up on the fourth floor.
last month when we were talking about these, I just never even went there. So
We looked at weighted bases, and there was some concern about toppling. And because the rails are below ADA standards, which is grandfathered in because of the historical nature of the building, but adding that element in front and the potential for people leaning on it, there's too much issues related to that. So this solution solves that, and it's also not as obtrusive looking as well. It's a lot more elegant. So
Where do you have them placed?
center on for the second floor, center on between the two, well, the center on the rail on the west facing side and the east facing
So
side.
we still have the same problem, is that we are basically taking over the second floor in the viewscape from every place where you can see it with this one item, the one topic of supplement. And just because it's removable, theoretically, the way back in place, in all the grandeur of that whole, they don't see it, look at it without seeing a museum type, hey, this is what this is about, obstruction from the beauty of that whole, the cascade of looking at that whole rotunda. So that's what we're trying to avoid doing. That's just my 2 cents after just seeing this for the first time. I mean, that's what we asked you not to do that. So you're finding a way around what we asked you not to. That's my impression.
Well, I think our feedback did like these as well. There was kind of the two sides on it, but I do
Well, I
know
agree.
they did a
So as
good job.
people Make this decision as well.
Absolutely. It's definitely that consideration of seeing it for sure. I was just going to compliment you on making it at that level to where it didn't stand out, like right with the rail, where it didn't.
Yeah, it's
Didn't-
below the height of the rail.
It didn't take over exactly the concern that you're addressing there, where it really jumped out at you. It blended very nicely. So, but it is absolutely an element that would be there to
Yeah.
consider, but it's just, I do compliment you in the way that you did it, if we were going to choose it.
If there's something in the second floor of the tunnel, it would make more sense to me that it would be on the two, they're not really niches, but the side walls or the rail right in front of the door where we walk versus up and down the floor.
There's some concern about traffic, having something along those rails. Because it's a much narrower space. The space at the east and west side of the rotunda are never quite as trafficked as those elements, because you have to go through those ways to get from one side of the door to the other. So that's what inhibited us are pursuing that approach. There is a two-sided a mobile panel that sits outside the Supreme Court and the LSO office on that floor during the active times in the year when the building is in use, but will be moved into the rooms when it's more just open for the public for tours and things like that. So while it will inhibit some traffic during those times, it'll still leave the rooms for use. The majority of the year, they won't be in the way. So we were trying to minimize the placement of exhibit elements on those narrow corridors. We looked at placing in the corner, and in our walkthrough, I think the group, the consensus of the group at that time at least was that it looked more obtrusive up there visually as well as traffic wise to have them up in the corners than it did to have them by the doors. I mean, there is so many different things. I'm completely sympathetic with all the different approaches. Our goal here was, can we find a way to tell this story, which is such a core story to the story of Wyoming, adjacent to this significant space, and metaphorically at the core and the heart of the building, without
Actually,
trampling on the visual.
That's my point. It's not.
Okay.
The building is the stake. That's an event that happened into it. And so, yeah, the original and primary emphasis of the building is the Capitol itself, the rotunda. And now we've got the whole first floor west dedicated to suffrage. But then to have suffrage in every place you go, I think diminishes from the building itself. Because the building and the beauty of it is the most beautiful building in the state of Wyoming. And so, I mean, I think we have to honor all the work and effort, $300 million we put into this place. But not having it look like you're walking through a museum for suffrage. So it's just, I think it's a balance of where you have to reach. That's just my take on it. Obviously, I'm more fired up about this than anybody else is.
Well, the next several pages, we are going to go through specific stories about each of those items. And so I know we've also talked about, let's make sure the story dictates the space. So maybe if we put a pin in this for just a couple of minutes while we go through the stories and then determine, do we feel like we have enough? Do we have too much? How are we using these spaces? Are you guys comfortable if we do that?
Yeah, but I have a question before we leave that. The corners you said were, I thought those corners were about the size of that wall over there. Are they that?
They're probably a little wider than that, but there's a credenza. Is that what you call it? Piece of furniture that's on that wall that holds the meeting panel as well.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Treasurer, I think the largest issue with those corners, and I actually, the reason this got brought back up to you last time is, at the time it seemed like, oh, we don't lose the suffrage content if we just move those to mobile panels. But then I realized that is the north and south are your main traffic paths to get across the second floor. So if you have those in 4 locations and you have groups of students, or it's typically smaller groups, large tour groups would not be bunched out there. But if you say have 3 or 4 people standing there reading and other people are trying to get through the space, that was my concern. And where at your last meeting, then the recommendation was made to add some of that content down on the first floor west where there is more room for people to congregate.
Yeah, I think that the north and south corridors are pretty tight. What we're talking about here, Nigel, and we can come back to it. I like the recommendation. Let's talk about content and see where it fits and where it doesn't. But east and west, if we were to entertain returning any of those, it would be on the east and west. Okay. Anxious to hear what you have.
Absolutely. All right. So we're going to walk through both floors. And Kyla's going to kind of talk to us a bit about how this story unfolds. We've already covered a bit of that. These little red squares indicate the different locations of the panels. So just follow along and ask any questions if you have any. Kylie?
Oh, great. So I've already talked quite a bit to this panel, the People's House panel, that this really introduces people to the Capitol in general and also to this idea of suffrage hall. Sorry, did somebody say something? Okay. And then, so the next panel, the first panel of Suffrage Hall, it's important, I think, to introduce the concept that I think the number one question I get asked as a historian who focuses on women's suffrage is, what is suffrage? So we can't just throw that word around and expect everybody to know what it is. And gives that context of where is Wyoming emerging from? What is the picture in the rest of this nation? Focusing on the early citizen activism of Esther Morris and Amelia Post in 1869 and 1871. Those two really key periods where their activism made a appreciable difference in whether suffrage was introduced to the territory and how it survived. This is also a great way to drop a breadcrumb, linking people to read more about the father of women's suffrage, the man who introduced the bill, William Bright, and linking people up to that second floor and that idea of that government in action and like citizen activism is linked to government and activism. The second side of that, of course, celebrating that 1889 and the fight to include women's suffrage in our state constitution with the Ladies' Resolution. That was that great meeting of 100 women in Cheyenne. And Teresa Jenkins' famed speech where she went around and told people like, hey, they're going to introduce a measure to leave suffrage out of the Constitution. Let's organize at the stairs of the Capitol and say, no, we're not letting that happen. And then she delivered a speech at when Wyoming became a state at our statehood celebration as well. So the next panel, and this is if we have 3 panels in Suffrage Hall, this next panel will focus on exporting women's suffrage to the rest of the nation. If we do have 3 panels down this hall for women's suffrage, I think that this is also a great way to highlight some of our male suffragists who promoted women's suffrage on the national stage and who gave testimony in different state legislatures trying to encourage them to pass their own suffrage laws, or men who came to Wyoming really opposed to women's suffrage and changed their minds and became activists for women's suffrage after they left Wyoming. So talking about exporting suffrage, and Representative Sherwood came up with one of the brilliant examples of this. May Preston Slauson and her husband, Edwin Emery Slauson, are going to be the highlight on that. This is, actually, sorry, will you bump over to the next one there for me? Thank you. Oh, good. Okay. So that exporting suffrage and the profile on May Preston Slauson. And then the third slide on this option would be the women getting involved in politics and talking about Elizabeth Wiley and the push to get the KKK out of Grable, really highlighting that citizen activism component of what inspires people to run for office. And the backside of that panel would be a profile on Grace Raymond Hebard. She sat on several boards. She is also somebody whose advocacy led to the first child labor laws in Wyoming, our state flag, our state flower, and things like that. And so she's a really great example of an engaged citizen. And so alongside her profile will be this call to action saying, hey, get involved in your government, speak to your elected officials or run for office. And at the end of that hallway, we have our architectural history panel. And this really, I think, ties a lot of this all together. It introduces the idea of that there is this architectural tour that people can take through the building and highlights why these historic periods were important to restore the building to, and highlights that this is a national historic landmark, that this building deserves to be a national historic landmark, and that this restoration was very important to honor that. What the architectural history panel and the People's House panel have in common is that they encourage our visitors to explore other parts of the building. And they also are, they lend themselves to saying, imagine what it was like when this was happening here. Like really look at the small details, look at the how beautiful this building is and appreciate it along with its history, where you can imagine these constitutional debates happening in this hall, and that this is the reason why this is on the National Historic Landmark and deserves to be.
And
then-
before we move on, we do, there's sort of a takeaway assignment here for the group as it relates to these panels. We've given you two sort of options here where we tell, ultimately we have pictured here, we have 5 panels. 2 of them are specifically, 2 or 3 of them are specifically dedicated to the suffrage story. The other 2 fold the suffrage story into a broader story of the Capitol, be it architectural or as the function of being the people's house. Our question for you is do you like adding that 3rd suffrage focused panel, or is 2 appropriate? And this slide here sort of breaks down how the story is expanded and distributed. If we have 3 panels, these 2 previous slides tell you what the story is focused on if we just have 2 panels. So I don't know if that's something we can do now or just have you focus on as you're reviewing in file stage
I wonder if we go through the reader rails too,
as well. Okay.
additional stories.
So in addition, on the first floor, we want to highlight these 3 rooms as well. Did you want to talk to that, Kylie?
Oh, yes. So we were discussing putting together 1 or 2 packages of names of different prominent women, and there would be an image of that woman as well as a small panel discussing who she is and why she's important to that story.
So that would be, those panels would be included inside those rooms?
Yes.
At some location? Okay.
Yeah. So that's the executive conference room and the 2 public meeting rooms.
Mr. Chairman, those would be small wall-mounted panels, so they wouldn't be the large freestanding just because of when there's meetings in that space.
Sure. Okay.
And those 2 end rooms are not zone 1 space. The wall mounting there would meet your zone, different levels of zone requirements.
And to give you a sense of scale, it's probably like the 1/3 the size of that's hanging up on the wall there, which is not helpful to people on the call, sorry.
So the question was raised about how many panels and how comfortable we are with, I think, how many. Nigel, it strikes me, and I'm looking at the rest of our members of the committee, it kind of depends on how much we want to cross-reference with upstairs. And how much we're comfortable with anything being upstairs.
Yeah.
We're going to have something upstairs, we want it to be noteworthy and we want it to be tied in, not duplicative. It doesn't have to be that, but so I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. And Rachel's probably right. We should probably look at how we've broken out that story on the 2nd floor so you can see how the 2 talk to each other.
Okay.
Is the second story primarily events that happened in the courtroom?
It's that's absolutely part of it. Kylie, do you want to walk us through what we're exploring for the 2nd floor?
Yes, definitely. So for the 2nd floor, we are really talking about government in action. And so it is definitely a different angle on the suffrage story. That first, and most of these events, I will say, happened in the Capitol itself. This first one didn't happen in the Capitol yet because the Capitol wasn't built in 1869, but talking about William Bright. And I think that there's the LSO panel isn't highlighted on here, but the LSO panel has developed to talking a lot about the territorial council and the Rollins House where it was originally held. There'll be a picture of the Rollins House, and then there's going to be a profile on William Bright and his wife, Julia Bright. On the reader rail itself, that's right next to it, we're talking about the passage of the suffrage law in 1869. And there's this great quote from Governor Joseph Carey, where he talks about how William Bright, he introduced and fathered the passage of the act to grant the women of the territory the right of suffrage and the right to hold office. He followed the measure, took responsibility for it, and finally forced its passage. And so talking about that debate that happened in the House of Representatives and some of that behind the scenes dealing that doesn't show up in those journals, but shows up on anybody who's familiar with the legislature, that it takes quite a bit to get those bills to pass. I think that it's an interesting angle to talk about, that we really do focus a lot on William Bright introduced this bill. Does Esther Morris, how much influence did she have? Did she not have? That story is being told on the first floor about Esther Morris and her advocacy for suffrage. On the second floor, we can really talk about how did that bill get passed through and all of the work that William Bright and our Secretary of State, or Secretary of Territory, Edward M. Lee, really put into getting that bill through passage. And of course, it links together those panels. The LSO panel and the suffrage hall are all linked together with this reader rail. And then on to the next one. Our second reader rail tells a different part of this story, that we have the establishment of those ideals. Across the way from the LSO, we of course have the room where it happened, and then we have the living up to those ideals. And so there's a great story about government in action when it comes to the passage of the 19th Amendment, that Governor Robert Carey, old Joseph Carey's son, who I just read from, Robert Carey was really reluctant to call a special session. He believed that it would cost taxpayers $20,000. And of course, women in Wyoming had been voting in the presidential elections since Wyoming had become a state in 1890. So he didn't feel as though the citizens he was governing over, that their rights were abridged in any way. And he really didn't feel that it was necessary to call a special session to ratify that 19th Amendment. It was Senator Charles Oviatt from Jelm, Wyoming, serving and representing Albany County. He's the one who came up with quite a plan, that he created a legislative coalition of senators and representatives who are willing to serve in a special session without pay. And he also coordinated with the executive office in order to have the executive staff come over and serve during that session, so they didn't have to hire back the legislative staff. So they managed to hold that session at no cost to the taxpayers, which is really interesting. And it's neat to see how these different branches of government are working together to make that happen. Governor Carey, he changes his tune. He sends a telegram to the governor of Connecticut, telling him that his state would be absolutely honored if they would call a special session and ratify the 19th Amendment. So he goes on to try and encourage other states to do what he was so reluctant to do himself. So a really fun government in action story there. And then our next one is, of course, that the room where it happened, the really big draw and what's pulling people up to the second story is to see this constitutional hall. And it really is quite a room that has so much grandeur. The focus is on the Constitutional Convention. There is mention of the other things that this room was, that it was the Territorial House and the historic Supreme Court. There is a lot of talk about that restoration and the beautiful architecture, the moving the chandelier back into the room, and the work that was done to restore the historic grandeur of these spaces. And of course, the focus on MC Brown, that he highlights a moment where we almost lost women's suffrage in 1871, and our certain key members in our government stood up to defend it and preserve it, and that he stood up again in 1889 and preserved this concept of suffrage in our Constitution and into statehood. So it's got that really clear suffrage connection. But I think also what's really nice about this is that it doesn't, I know one of the fears that was expressed just now is that this might just tell the story of suffrage. And I think that there's a way to tell this story where we're teaching people about how government works through the story of suffrage. So it's really interesting and engaging, but we're also showing that government is, that there's a lot of negotiation and collaboration that needs to happen in good government, and that women's suffrage, we don't just have it because of two people, Esther Morris and William Bright, that we have it, that we have a lot of people to be grateful for when it comes to this story. And then, of course, we have our constitutional interactive in the room, and that'll be a great way where people can actually dive into the Constitution, a really historic document. And there's clear suffrage ties in there, talking about the Equality Clause and the protection of people's political rights, regardless of race or sex.
So that gives you an overview of how we're telling the story at those two locations.
Again, I commend Kylie, thank you, and thanks to Dimensional for all the work. You know, it is going to boil down to how much of this and whether or not we think it's headed in the right direction. So it's going to be up to the subcommittee to decide this. I don't share quite as much heartburn over these reader rails as some do, and I certainly respect if some of you do not want those at all. I'm intrigued by the fact that we can remove them at times when we maybe have something going on in the rotunda and we want to get people the opportunity to be up there. We show 2 reader rails now. That to me is not terribly intrusive, but that's where I'm at. The work, Kylie, that you did to represent the boards downstairs and these reader rails upstairs really does tie nicely together. I will say that I didn't want anything to be redundant, and I don't think it is. So anyway, thoughts?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm just wondering what they have on the walls and the corners and stuff outside of the territorial Supreme Court. You know, I mean, because I can understand, you know, the problems that you have with people going back and forth, and I understand the utility of having those removable, but thinking that if you wanted to have a permanent aspect of that story, whether or not there's a less intrusive ways, and the less intrusive way I see is putting, you know, maybe a picture of some of these people and a historical aspect and just put it on a flat display on the wall, rather than having a mobile display that sticks out or something that's intrusive. But I don't know what's there now. I don't know what you would be taking away, because there's a lot of stories about that Supreme Court room that can't be told. You know, so I don't want to lose the aspects of what we want to tell about the history of that room and why it's important. But to the extent that you could use the suffrage thing and talk about that room and talk about the law and the different things, I think that's important. But seeing if we can do so in a I guess in a way that it doesn't have the detractions that the representative alluded to.
So hang on to that thought, Nigel, and I'll come to you to begin that conversation. Maybe Kylie can jump in. We had another comment or two, and then we'll take them all at once. How about that?
I actually, Mr. Chairman, want to kind of go back to a point the representative made. I think it's important to tell the story of the room, but Wyoming's not, the capital is not just suffrage. We've missed out on the cattle barons that made Wyoming what it is. We missed out on the railroad. that helped create Wyoming what it is. Like, we are focusing a ton on, I think it's, and I know I've been a very proponent, we have to tell the story of the room. Like, we have to tell the story of the room. We have to tell the, like, that's what makes it the national, that's what puts Wyoming on the map and that thing. But we have focused a ton on that story, and we're missing out on the cattle barons helped create the capital. I mean, that's where the money came from. The railroad coming through here was significant. Like, there's other significant things that make this the capital, that make Wyoming what it is, outside of just the suffrage story. And we've missed the boat on that, and we're focusing a lot on that.
Thank
Is
you.
my thought.
Thank you for that. I want to go to Representative Sherwood, and then we'll, hopefully we're taking notes on these concerns or questions, and we can take them all at once. So go ahead, Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if my thoughts are fully formed here, but just wanted to say how inspiring it is to hear Kylie talk about this story and the depths of it. And to say, as a historian, there are pieces of the story that Kylie has presented today that I've not heard or were presented to me in a history class or in a lecture by the local historical society. So I think that she's bringing a fresh perspective to it through her research that a lot of our visitors are going to be fascinated by. You know, the nuance of it's not just because of one person. It's not just because women got together to do this, but we had men who were supportive of this founding principle. And the process, I think that was a huge point that she brought up, to say, telling the story of the process. I think that there's this like demystification that needs to happen in terms of, like, Wyoming's the equality state. They're known for suffrage. That must have been easy for them. And to tell the story of the process that illustrates how hard it was to get to this point and then to maintain this founding principle, I think is really important. So I want to be very deeply respectful for everybody who's worked on the renovation, the amount of money that's gone into this building, the other historical voices that maybe aren't getting as much attention. But for me, as a Wyoming historian, focusing on the story of suffrage is paramount. And I think that's going to be the story that really connects with our visitors and puts this building and Wyoming on the map. So I don't want to see any of this cut or diminished, is my plea. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Lori, you've had your hand up for a few minutes, and sorry it took a moment to get to you, but take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to say that as a representative of the Department of Education and specifically the standards team, that what I saw presented by Kylie is a very good representation of several of our social studies standards. And I could see that content that she was presenting would definitely tie in for anything from like 4th grade through high school with our standards. And so I would just say that that presentation, I would be much in favor of including that content for those reasons. Thank you.
We appreciate that perspective from the Department of Education, Lori. Thank you. And so that's a smattering of some comments and a couple of questions thrown in. And I want to go back to mention also to Kylie, who has her hand up, to take them on. So talk to us about level 2, and do we have too much content on this topic? Take it away, Kylie.
Oh, yes, I just wanted to say that I know it can seem unbalanced because we've had so much conversation around this content, but working on the content throughout the building, that we are telling a much larger story. And that I know that architectural history panel that I mentioned on the first floor, I actually mentioned the cattle barons and their design tastes influencing all of the rich wooden interior of the Capitol. So we are telling more stories than just the suffrage story when it comes to this, that we're telling this architectural story of the building, the government story of that building, as well as the history portion of Wyoming. And that includes the railroad and those cattle barons and all of these other really great stories that make us Wyoming. So that's definitely represented throughout the building and in that content outline that I think that you all are probably familiar with.
Yeah, I would echo Kylie that maybe we were remiss to not talk about, remind what all the different topics are. We are getting very closed in on suffrage as a topic and its importance with the state capital, with the state and for the state capital. Certainly we do have such a range of topics and definitely hit on the great architecture throughout the entire building.
Just down the hall on the second level, there are panels that talk about the government function and the role of the Senate and the House of Representatives and the architectural features within those areas. At the other end of the hall on the first level, there's conversations about the governors and their roles. And then all outside all the elected offices, there's panels that talk about those. You go down to the garden level, there's a whole wing focused on the architecture of the building and its refurbishment. There's another wing, again, focused on the governors and at the other end of that floor, there's the stage vault that we're going to be exploring right in the middle of the garden level that talks about that. And even in these conversations today, as we talk about the suffrage story, Kylie's cleverly kind of focused in using the suffrage story to tell some of those other key ingredients that make a government work and help a government form and develop and evolve over time. So in some ways, that's a more effective way to tell those stories, because when you talk about those things in abstraction, they're not as powerful as when you connect it to a story and a successful story at that makes it real and tangible. And you can see how people actually use those processes that Kylie talked about to take our world and make it better for ourselves. And that applies to suffrage, but it also applies to every other thing that you want to do within the government as it grows over time. So I think that's sort of a clever way to fold that holistic story in, celebrate that core truth about Wyoming, the equality state, as well as broadening your horizons to what government means.
So Nigel, thank you for that. And Kylie, I appreciate you too with this conversation. So the content of all of these other displays throughout the building, we will get that content. Yeah, I mean, it'll be provided and we'll have an opportunity to say, well, we've got it all covered, or maybe we don't. Maybe there's something in there that we want to embellish or but it stands to reason. I really like the comment, Nigel, you just made, which is if you can tie something to an individual event, it does help people understand that it wasn't just a group of women on the front sidewalk who just decided that we were going to have the women's right to vote. It took a whole lot of pieces and a whole lot of people representing different branches of government to make it happen. So, I'm just enthralled by the story, and I agree with the representative. There were pieces of that I had not heard. So that to me, Kylie, is a tip of the Stetson again. And then functionally, we've got to decide as a subcommittee, how do we want to approach the second floor? How do we want to, are there too many panels on the first floor? So we got a little bit of work to do there, but the content is outstanding.
Yeah, it's powerful stuff, isn't it? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman? I think that the stories that we're trying to tell and we're trying to do it in a static way. I would hope after we get all this put together that we could actually maybe instill the courage of somebody to write a play or a movie. I think a centennial, and I think all the history that's put into that and James Michener. But if we could find an author that would actually take the Wyoming story and bring it into something that we could put in our auditorium or actually go higher longer, because really you get excited about just thinking about where we came from. And one thing that I've never heard you guys think of, or I haven't seen it, is water in Wyoming. We basically we have some of the most progressive water rights from Mr. Meade that were ever created in this country, and essentially was the cornerstone of the Western water law. So there's so many stories to tell that we really had to make of basically a Wyoming Centennial production. So I don't know if we're ever gonna find anybody that has the ability to put that together, but it would be nice to at least get a play or something like that and be able to show it in the auditorium.
Well, Treasurer Meyer, it's fascinating because there's two people on the screen that I'm looking at who have those kind of capabilities. And I was fortunate enough to hang out. Our desks weren't that far apart. Mr. Ray, Tom is sitting there, and a very talented writer was then and is even more so now, and Kylie as well. But I love the idea, Treasurer. I think
Well, we'll get over this and we'll do that, but I just had to put that one. I'm so excited about what you guys were talking about.
Yeah.
Putting in, but I do think that we all, if we put it through there and we digest it and see, it's a great story and it tells a lot of other stories. But to make sure that we try to get, I guess, the right flavor in the stew, so to speak.
good. Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, in addition to what you said about content will be coming, with the reset, with having Wyoming Historical Society come on board, it's been a while since you all saw what you might remember, that original content map where you all said, oh, these are the stories we want to tell here and there. And actually, through some of that influence, in addition to what Nigel mentioned, where stories will be told, you might recall in your entries at the garden level, that's where you'll start with the indigenous peoples, you'll move on to territorial days, the cattle barons, the railroad, and into statehood. So where I think it will be of value to the subcommittee and what DI has been working on with Wyoming Historical Society is a more fleshed out outline to remind you of what were maybe about a year ago, you've kind of blessed in each area. And so that will be forthcoming to you as a group in advance of getting these more myopic view of each content area. I think suffrage ended up kind of being highlighted for this reason, that what is perhaps your task today of where adding suffrage hall to the mix changed where some of those stories were going to be told. So it's really not about is suffrage being told in lieu of other stories, but how between the balance of the first floor that you have added as suffrage hall and the second floor, where you as a group would like to give DI and WHS direction to proceed with writing that content.
So to add to that, committee, I think it requires something on second floor. It just does. That's where it is. So we can tell the story on first floor all that we want, but when you get up there, it cries for something to say, okay, you've arrived at this historic place. And so we need to tell a little bit of that story up there. Seems to me. I mean, that seems appropriate. And so it does come down, and the representative pointed out, do we want things like reader rails or not? And if we don't have reader rails, then we have the big boards, which have their own set of concerns, in my opinion. They don't look very good from down on the floor in the rotunda. You look up there and boom, there's a great big billboard. If you move them inside, they're kind of in the way. If you keep them outside, they're kind of in the way. So nothing we do is going to be without having some concerns. Does that make sense to everyone? But I would value any other thoughts that any of you have.
I've got to go, because I got a meeting that starts in 2
Go ahead,
minutes.
Representative.
So I'm looking at the first floor, you've got 5, now looks like, panels. I think that's too many. Because then it's a panel hall. And I don't see how it fits with the furniture. We're gonna have to rearrange the furniture to make it all work. So and then you see that in, I don't know, a mock-up skill or some sort, but I think it's too many. The one that you have at the end on the far west, probably belongs first. In terms of the content, or if you go on the other side of the hall. I'm fully opposed to reader rails upstairs. We have one panel that's adjacent to the door, which kind of leads us into to the Supreme Court hall. The kiosk, and I actually love Kylie's stories and find it fascinating. And the kiosk you will be able to dip in for those who are the historians that want to go into detail. But I think we have to remember that this is not a museum, it's a working capital. And so the whole story of the educational content of suffrage is a nice story, but it's not the story that walks you around this building. And so that's just my thought. And with that, I've got to go.
Thanks, Representative.
Yeah, thank you.
Well stated as usual. Other thoughts? We're good for now?
The couple of notes, we're exploring whether it should be 504. So that's a conversation we need to have as we look at how that expresses the content. And then also the layout of the furniture you see in this floor plan right now is different, is different now. So there's no couch or anything in the middle of the hall. And the center of the hall is open.
You know, Nigel, one of the difficulties for me, I kind of sense that 5 seems like a lot of billboards down through that hallway too. But it's hard to visualize when you're sitting here and
Yeah.
you don't have them. So that part's difficult. We can think about that, committee.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. I know that for the longest time, maybe it's still there, that one of those rooms, when it wasn't used, there was a TV in there with a loop thing as far as, I think, on the construction of the thing.
That's true.
You know, I don't know if you could, in the other one, do the same thing of telling them to complete stuff. You know, and because no matter how many panels you put up, static or whatever, you're not going to get the stuff.
Mr. Chair, just on the design, if we're going to have you do a rendering of kind of like looking down the hall and saying, okay, this is what this would look like. I think that would be very helpful. These are straight right at the moment. I'd be curious
Yeah,
to see if they were angled to kind of flow. So it doesn't feel like obstacles all the way down, but maybe if they were diagonal a little bit and you're looking at both sides, I don't know. I don't know that would change it, but I'd be curious to see.
And this is misleading as well, because these little red boxes are probably a third larger than the actual one too, but you wouldn't see them if I didn't make it. But yeah, that we can look at a way to sort of help you understand how they impact the space a little better.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think from a space concern or perspective, I'm not too concerned about 5 in there. I mean, it's a long haul. It's a lot of space. There's not a lot of crowds in there anytime I've been in there. I do think it is more of a visitor experience question. So coming through and trying to read 10 panels, because each one of these has 2 sides, it's a lot to ask for even the most dedicated museum readers or interpretive readers, which I think, I mean, my opinion is 4 here plus content on the 2nd floor is the most kind of optimal way to do that story. It gives people time to digest, to think as they move between these different spaces about how this story is connected to the building. However, if the decision is to avoid those reader rails on the 2nd floor, I think you really do need 5 here to tell that full story. I think doing nothing, doing no reader rails on the 2nd floor and only 4 here is kind of shortchanging the story a little bit.
So as it stands in the presentation today, Nigel, we're talking about reader rails up on the 2nd floor along with a couple of the bigger standard.
Yeah,
designs.
but bear in mind, as Amy alluded to earlier, there's more story to tell on those 2 panels next to the door. We're going to fold in some suffrage into those panels, which seems smart. Let's leverage those and make the stories more rich and engaging. But there's more to tell like Treasurer Meyer was saying as well, about what happened in that room.
Signing of women's right to vote was only one thing, right?
So, but the focus will be on the two reader rails. That's where the biggest part of that story is gonna tell, and that's where it's gonna say, you're standing where it happened right now. This a century ago, this changed for Wyoming.
So I don't know if you need something definitive today from the subcommittee. In terms of,
And what's our feedback?
Yeah, I think we would need it after we post this, and then we give you about a week to give feedback. So we always love feedback on the spot.
Yeah.
But we can have it within a week.
so
I think, Mr. Chairman,
Ma'am.
purpose of, we were trying to solicit approval of the meeting today and not put anything on file stage for robust comments. I think that requires a little more deciphering on DI's part and then other internal. So for the purpose of today's meeting, we were hoping to give them some direction.
It does. I mean, we are right in the middle of production right now. So to know how many of these we need to create is pretty important.
okay, so then we need to strap in and tie down and come up with something here. Unfortunately, and Representative Sherwood, I'm glad you're alongside here. We're missing a couple of our folks, but I think we do need to make a decision that if we are keeping the larger poster boards, for lack of another, I'm not coming up with the right moniker.
The panels, yeah.
Upstairs, then I feel like 4 of these poster boards downstairs would be enough. I worry about 5 of them being a little bit too many. Kevin, thank you for all of your thoughts. I thought they were spot on. You've got 10 panels. That's a lot for somebody to get down through there and to get them. I like the idea of naming the rooms. That's fine with me. I think we're trying to do that with all of our meeting rooms anyway. So I say thumbs up on that. I, for one, especially with the opportunity to take reader rails down. I don't have as much heartburn as the representative had on putting a couple of reader rails up. What's the sentiment of the rest of the subcommittee? Treasurer Meyer?
I'm just wondering what the cost is. I'm thinking that you're gonna have 2 receptacles for those rear rails there that can go down. I'm wondering if there's other places that it wouldn't look, I guess, detracting if you put other receptacles in other parts of the Capitol. So if you were to take them down there, you could put them up someplace else.
Oh, I see.
You know, or if you had, and maybe that's something that,
That's a great
if
thought.
they went down there, you could, and you only had 4 down in the wing, you would, have receptacles down there, so you could take them down there and put them down in the wing if they were not up top. You know, so, thinking that would give you some,
Yeah.
I guess, flexibility. And that way, people are gonna change whether they like them or not. But if you've got 2 places to put them, they're always gonna be up.
That's a great thought.
I think we just have to think about the content on those panels a
Yeah.
little bit more.
Yeah.
That they can't be super something like the door to your left. They have to be a little more general if they can be lived to multiple.
Right.
locations.
They're just gonna be contacted about the suffrage issue and not direction.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
taking them up and down, how heavy are they?
That's why
How
they're
are
in separate
they-
pieces. Those posts are fairly heavy. I've got one by my desk and every once in a while I do a little workout. They're, I don't know, they're probably 15, 20 pounds or something like that, each post. And then the panel itself, probably the same, but that's why we've said what.
Or less.
Or less. So that's why we've developed it. Well, we smarter engineers than I am. So that we can take all those 3 parts as separate and just put them on a dolly and run down
there are stanchions outside of the two meeting rooms that are they have some weight to them.
Yes.
Are they similar
No, they're
to
not.
that?
I
They're
don't
not
think
that
they'd be as
big.
heavy as that.
Okay, as someone who's probably gonna have to move them, I,
No, those are incredibly heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not
Yeah.
nearly as heavy as this.
that's, thank you.
Absolutely. That's a great. logistics.
So 4 receptacles and 4 things in the wing and you can move them from the top to the bottom wherever whoever's in power at the time feels they're appropriate.
So we're okay with a couple of the bigger boards still being up on the second floor, one over on the LSO side, one over on the Supreme Court side,
Yeah.
couple of reader rails.
So those, yeah. The two one you described, and I've drawn it bigger than it is, but here, and this one we didn't highlight here, but the LSL board, which Kylie mentioned, does have a reference to suffrage.
And then, of course, inside we'll have the constitutional.
Which is very restrained. It's behind the witness stand thing, bench.
Wyoming Historical Society has already written a great piece on how we need that would be envisioned in that constitutional time. For Wyoming water law,
Oh, great.
Yeah,
or
thank you.
some variation thereof.
Thank you for that. I can't wait for all the rest of it. This has got us so wound up just on the one piece that. No, I think committee, I don't mind the direction. I'm sensing that everyone thinks maybe 4 boards downstairs instead of the 5. So that we don't, clutter up the hallway too much. What if we made that recommendation and, we're good with the direction? Reader rail piece, obviously, one of our members is concerned about that, and so our vote wouldn't be unanimous, but does that sound like what we can do today? Maybe, Treasurer?
Yeah, I do like the thought of putting the option to go upstairs or downstairs. Where you guys are.
I also think the wow of the rotunda is
Yeah.
from the bottom. Like, as somebody who takes pictures a lot, like, that's my wow, is when you first walk in and you look up.
You're looking
So-
straight up at the 4 ladies.
And and so I think from the second floor,
I agree.
that's not the wow factor.
And that's my problem with the big board being right by that doorway, that you walked in, you look up and how instead of the architecture and the beauty of the building, you see that board. So I am a little bit concerned about a board being outside that doorway of the Supreme Court.
I mean, I'm guess I got a little bit lost on there. Those would still be in the rooms at times, or have we moved away from that concept completely?
No, I think, Mr. Chairman, the reason I think we originally got into the idea of the mobile panels to begin with was not only to stay off of the architecture of the Trompe, but also to allow this kind of set change for session. So during the interim and when there's not meetings, those 2 remaining boards on the second floor panels, mobile panels, would go inside of the LSO main office, which was the Territorial Council telling the William Bright story. And the other one would go inside the Supreme Court telling the Constitutional Convention story. So they would only be out during session or when the rooms are in use.
Okay.
Are those panels as big as those TVs?
Be as big as that.
Maybe
it's that one.
That wasn't that Brian.
Yeah, that's it. The blue thing.
Oh, that's it there?
Yeah.
Oh.
So they're actually a little smaller in width than the
Uh-huh.
canvas things that are up there now.
Yeah. How flat can they get to the wall?
We don't have the final, I can't tell you that precisely yet, but obviously they need some width at the base to make them stable.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
So,
Okay,
and
well-
you asked earlier about putting them on the wall, and I think there's some limitations. There are limitations about what we can physically attach to the wall based on how those particular surfaces are registered. Is that, maybe you could say that better than I can.
Mr. Chair, is where the Trump Lloyd paint hits in those locations and how high you would have to be, and it's higher than optimal text reading height. It's like,
Yeah, okay.
I'm not gonna complicate things like saying that offline visiting with a couple of our professionals. There is some talk that we could allow for 2 reader rails on each side. One on each side is what's being presented today. But that has some merit as well. That if you ever wanted to be able to add 2 more reader rails, you could go ahead and put the standards, the plugs in place so that you could have 2 on each side or the one in the middle.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
You could space them so that.
Based on one would so that it can either go on the center 2,
Yeah.
or you could go 1 and 2
Yeah.
on the east and west. Now,
That's clever.
so I wanted to throw that out, and given all of the cautions that have been shared, dimensional, how do we set with where we're at? I think we say go ahead with a couple of those cautions. Does that help?
Yeah.
Are we
So
good?
just to make sure I underline what the decision is we're keeping 2 mobile panels upstairs. We're staying at 4 panels downstairs, which includes the architectural of the public house, the people's house, which were there already, and the 2 additional ones that tell the suffrage story downstairs on the first level. We're looking at 1 reader rail per side for the east and west, but with holes that allow for an additional one in the future if you decide. And then placement, looking at the placement of additional holes, sockets to move those 2 reader rails to an alternate location on the first floor for when you have it down up from the rotunda.
We tell Bob we're putting 2 on each side, so there's 8 of them.
There you go.
And tell them we're taking the nooks too.
If 2 caused heartburn, I caution that.
You'll feel really good about 2. If you know you.
Did you have something that Kevin?
Oh, I just said, make sure we take the nooks too. Like, just tell them we're gonna decorate everything and then we're gonna get the 3rd floor.
Yeah. We got going on the reader rails and we got 14
Yeah,
companies.
good luck for the meeting.
Nigel, can you remind me, do we know how many reader rails are on the 3rd?
There's
floor?
4 on the 4th floor, 2 on the east and 2 on the west.
Right.
And we went to 1 on the 2nd floor because of the concern about obstruction. And then in addition to finding a way to make them removable, so.
But my thought was just based on the treasurer's idea, if there's a way to locate an alternate place on that 3rd floor, you at least still can tie it to that.
Oh,
that
yeah,
room
that's good.
Versus on the first.
Yeah.
floor.
And that goes to what the treasurer would be.
And
Very
it,
good stuff.
yeah, alleviates some of that concern
Yeah.
about language where we want to refer specifically to this as the place where it happens. And you can still at least view that room from that 3rd floor.
You could move them upstairs if you wanted them out of the way for a little while.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
lovely. I like that.
the way you articulated, Nigel, I think the committee says, go forth.
One quick thought, I was just. These going into the ground is a function of safety and eliminating the large heavy base. We wouldn't, if we made in the suffrage hall on the 1st floor, we could do something different than actually putting holes in the ground. We could just create a base so that you could move them wherever and we're not having to pick an exact space. Because at that point, it's no longer a safety issue.
Great
Does that
stuff.
make sense?
So could it be a base that is modular and could,
So,
if we could do that, then we don't have to worry about drilling 2 holes somewhere else.
Exactly. So you
Very
still
good
have to have all the holes. But what I'm saying is
Oh,
we could make like feet for
Then
it.
it
Oh,
just
yeah.
goes on standard.
Okay, I got you.
Somewhere else.
Yeah, which is good because the reason they're so low there is to align up with the bottom of the top of the rail. But when you move it somewhere else, you kind of want it a
can
little
elevate it.
taller, so
It
that
could
gives
be a
us
little
that.
bit.
Oh, nice.
And that goes to the idea that the treasurer had, fits, very, very good stuff. Okay, in the interest of getting through. Yeah, pardon me. Oh, Representative Sherwood, I'm sorry, I missed your hand. Are you good to go?
I'm good. Yes, I appreciate all of the creative problem solving that has come forth. Kudos all.
Okay, and Kylie, thanks for your patience. DI, thanks for yours. We're ready to move on.
Good.
Are we really? I think we are.
We may come back, but I think we're ready to go forward at this.
That's, that was fantastic. I appreciate that. So. And Kylie's still smiling, even though we don't, and yeah. So that's good. All right. Stage vault and vitrine niches. Niches. Well, I don't know what you call them. So down on the garden level, those gorgeous vaults with the beautiful paint on the front. There's, I don't know how many of them, 8 of them. So we've overtaken one of them, the one I've circled here in blue. So that's going to be the stage vault. We've talked about this before, so we've just kind of evolved this. So we're going to share with you our approach to that. There's a couple of vitrines, or they're already existing on this wall down here in the west wing. There's a small vitrine or this niche in the caretaker's hall, and then there's an additional one over here opposite the larger vault on the east end of the building. So let's just walk through those. And to be honest with you, I can't remember the last thing everyone saw here, but I'm just gonna kind of outline where we're at this point. And we've done some further research. And again, Kylie has been awesome and helped, accidentally found some great resources. Or was it intentional, or is it just like, oh my goodness, I'm here. I can't believe I'm looking at this.
I just sort of stumbled upon it in Rollins at the Carbon County Museum.
So what we're doing in this is we're creating sort of a barrier so that people can't walk into the vault, but they can view clearly. You've probably been into gobs of museums where they've staged a room and you've stood behind a glass wall or something to look at what the room looked like. So that's what we're doing here with a small interpretive panel attached to the top. And this would be built in such a way that it could be open when someone needs to go in there and dust or replace an artifact or something like that. And the other thing about this is the width of this is not compliant with ADA. So we make sure that everybody has the same experience because nobody can go in there. So from a top view, it's as simple as adding this shelving unit at the back side. Maybe it's pushed forward a little bit. So when we kind of explore legibility of how far it needs to be near the door. But a shelving unit that's period specific and echoes what the interior of these exact vaults would look like at that time. And so let me show you these photos of what Kylie took at that, which would look like a garage sale. It's some sort of museum that features elk, or is that a moose? And Mossler, how do you say it? Bowman and Company safes, which is what we have down there with the same beautiful art on the front. And you can see they have these awesome wood scroll cut dividers on the shelves. It's just a plywood that they've, and then this carpet, which they must have had bowling alleys back there because that's what that looks like to me. But fantastic. The tinsel is not, period. But everything else. So this is a fabulous find. So what we're going to do is echo that in this cabinet that's inside the room. And we've talked a bit about what those things would be. So first of all, we're going to take clues from the simple graphic line work that's on the exterior and sort of just hint at that on the out exterior. We're going to use that scroll cut shape on these dividers between the shelving unit, including these little pigeonholes as well that you saw in those reference images. We're searching for this sort of textile. It appeared to Kylie that it was carpet with this fabulous pattern on that we'll try to mimic. And then on the interior, we're talking about faux gold bars. As much as we would like to use real gold bars, because we can check those out, make sure they're okay. But we're gonna do gold bar. And from our conversation last time, remember we talked about getting some of the first checks that were written by the state and book of checks. We actually have those things, so that would be sweet. I don't know if we'll use the things or fake them, but that would be part of what's going in there. As much as we'd like to think it was all about gold bars, these were primarily about some important documents like first contracts and original real estate records and items like that. And then also one of the state seal, you know, those mechanical seals that they use to make an impression in documents. So one of those would be a cool element to house in there. We'd fake those flat files at the bottom, just on the face. We wouldn't have anything in there, but just to be true to what you would normally see inside one of their vaults. That's what that would look like inside the room. So that's where we've kind of landed. Was there anything else on there? That was it. Any thoughts? So we'd have a kind of overview on this panel here to talk to you about what's this room is and what we're attempting to do in the story we're trying to tell. And then when we get inside, there would be artifact labels adjacent to the different documents. So you could kind of spend a little time and explore. Why is that there? What's that? Learn about it. Any thoughts?
One question, I always go to this because it just makes or breaks a space is lighting. So
Yes.
what, can you speak to the lighting in these vaults?
Thankfully, we have power in that space, but I'm glad you brought that up. I don't know that we've had a long conversation about what adjustments we might want to make to lighting, but you're right. We would need to, I wouldn't want to put lighting actually in the structure. I think that would start to make it feel a little, but there's obviously room above facing down. The ceilings are remarkably high for what you would anticipate going in there. So we would be able to station lighting above their spotlights to focus on different things. Thanks for bringing that up. I may even have some lights down the side there as well to sit up.
I kind of like the idea of just adding dramatics to the room by darkening the space and having the lights focus on this. And I do think we probably have to push it into the space a little bit, closer to the rail.
Yeah.
Versus against the wall just for legibility, but there could be some dramatic things we do with the lighting that could be really nice.
All right.
I love that last thought.
Kyle, I raced through that. Was there anything I missed that you want to highlight?
No, it looks good to me. Thank you.
All right.
So Nigel, you don't think we need the sheep head and the moose head? in
I think it's 100% necessary, but I think I'm going to get outvoted.
Well, I actually have a sheep head. I don't have a moose head, but sheep head, we could come up with that.
You've got a couple months to get one.
I don't know how you fit a moose head in there. No, good work. I love it.
Excellent. All right. So let's move to the niches. And these are the ones, this image is probably going to be the best help to just to remind you what's up there, up the corridor. And it's even now it's focusing on the construction, the reconstruction of the building. It's got those similar materials, and we would lean into those materials again. We talked about putting the toolbox in there that after measuring and looking at it is prohibitive in size. So we would be able to do that. But there's some remarkable tools in that box, and we're working with Kevin to see if maybe that's part of what we could display in there. So there's some planes that they used for molding and work there that are just fantastic. There's some drill bits and chisels in there, so we display those. Also, we are pillaging Kevin's resources and there's a plumb, there's other material, there's this hook that was in the quarry that they used to move all the stone that goes on the exterior of this building. So that's a cool, enormous thing that's just fascinating. And there's even a bit of the actual stone, unfinished stone that would help connect this beautiful polished surface outside to the raw material that it came from. And then on the other end, so that's about the construction, the real construction. Then we jump 100 years or so to the refurbishment in this next larger panel, and show some of those elements, which are in there right now. And we may sort of adjust some of those to tell the story of the reconstruction, all the different materials that went into that building. And instead of just putting it in front of a sort of a blue background, we're adding this cutout of the profile of the Capitol with why is that doing that? With lines that connect from the physical thing to where it would be in the building. So you see this gold thing is from the roof. This little pedestal, what do you call these things? That thing, the wavy white thing, baluster, thank you, is possibly from this porch up here. So I think that helped people to see that connected to the building itself. And just to make this a little more dimensional, I think this element here would be on a separate piece that would float slightly above the background to give it a little depth. As well as this sidebar would be slightly forward as well, just to give it a little depth. And that would include sort of the more encompassing story and a couple of reference images as well on there. Any questions about that?
Nigel, just that.
Yeah.
The stuff that's in there now is all from the top of the Capitol. So above that pediment where it switches from stone construction to sheet metal. So I like the way this is laid out, but there will be some.
We need to make sure we got
some obstacles there because right now there's really very little of the stone stuff.
Yeah.
To make that nice kind of layered, like lower level, middle level, upper, and then dome. Right now, it's all the upper level and the dome stuff.
And I know,
to Wendy's point, it may just be the dome image rather than the
oh,
whole
that's
floor of the
possible.
Capitol.
Yeah, we could just focus on this. Yeah. Good. All right. Sweet. Thanks for bringing that up. Any other thoughts, questions?
Well, just to add to that, I don't mean to bog us down, but the fascinating piece for me when we renovated this building was all the basement stuff. The old pieces of lumber and timber, and you could tell they gathered up whatever wood they could find. And underneath there, all those old poster boards of what was going on back then. But also the fact that the building was sitting down on dirt. I mean, by the time this place was renovated, it was literally almost down on the ground. So all of that foundation had kind of withered and broken kind of away, and it was in a big state of disrepair. So a lot of the renovation work, if I'm correct, took place in driving many pillars down into the bedrock so that they could re-foundation this whole place.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And to me, that's a big part of this story. Go ahead, Wendy.
And that will be where this content outline will become important because you're getting kind of bits and pieces, but across the way from this is one static exhibit that will highlight the opera posters and some of the discussions about the wood on the planes and give you cues to upstairs. And then you have your interactive building timeline. And that's where it was envisioned. We even have some video, I believe, of some of the micropiling work. We certainly have still images. And that digital content will be coming your way as well. And that timeline is where it's envisioned to be able to show more of those robust features when the building was just completely gutted that you can't see now. Whereas this one is really on artifacts that are available to display.
Yeah, good stuff. I didn't want to forget to bring that up though.
Absolutely.
Have a good stuff that you brought up. So anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem of this meeting. We're focusing on little bite-sized parts of this whole thing. So we've got a whole meal for you that we're focusing on. It's not even dessert. All right, maybe it is. All right. So back over to the first one. I should have talked about this as we look closer, but anyway, these are all the details of how that display is set up right now. And you can see a close-up of some of those tools, and there's that hook I was describing that's currently in display in the museum. You should all walk down there later and check it out. And then the larger east vitrine is where we have all those elements, which we just walked through, so I don't need to tell you. But as you look at this in file stage, it'll give you a little closer look into that content. Kylie, is there anything you wanted to bring up about the content in these two particular displays?
No, I think I just have something to speak to on the caretaker.
Okay, well then let's jump across the hall, down the little narrow corridor to the caretakers. And I don't know if you've seen this one. This is not in most people's paths, but there's a small little niche down that hall. Kelly, what do you want to tell us?
Sure. I think last subcommittee meeting we had talked about maybe putting the fire alarm system in there, but since then I think that we've evolved to going back to telling that story of the caretaker Julius Wellnitz, who lived in the Capitol with his family. That's the only group of people that I can find who actually lived in the Capitol building. one of the, all of a sudden I lost my word, artifacts, there we go. One of the artifacts that we talked about putting up here is this medallion from laying the cornerstone. There's a great story that Julius Wellnitz, his stepdaughter, Grace Deedle, or Deedle, that's what she liked to be called, Emerson, she moved into the Capitol when she was 6 years old, and in her scrapbooks, she tells this story about attending the laying of the cornerstone, and that she has this really vague early memory of that Howitzer cannon that they shot off, making her cry. And so she's got this really great personal story about living in the Capitol, that she moves in there when her mother marries Julius in 1891. And then she lives in there until she's 21 or 20 years old in 1905, when Julius unfortunately slipped on a banana peel and passed away while he was working at the Capitol. Quite the death. I know. His stepdaughter, Grace, I think that she was really inspired living in the Capitol for, oh golly, it was 14 years that she lived in the Capitol. And she went on and she became the first woman to serve as a deputy state auditor in 1927. And she held that position for a few decades before she retired, shortly before her death in 1947. And so she's a really interesting person that we can focus on. Her scrapbook also has some other really great pictures in it. The one that's featured here is, it shows the very front of the Capitol. I don't know if you can quite tell. I did talk with the archivist to see if we could get both the picture and her caption in a way where we could really blow it up. But you can see the front stairs of the Capitol, and then there's sort of an X marks the spot off to the side there. And she says that that's where the clothesline was. In another section, she talks about over here is where the ash heap was, where we salvaged the coal. That really speaks to that utilitarian function of this building, as well as that personal, can you imagine what it was like to live in the Capitol? And that there was a child who lived in the Capitol building and had her entire childhood here, basically.
All right.
Love it. That's amazing. That's
Yeah, I just love this part of the project. We've been making these great boxes and we're finally putting stuff in them. And it's just fantastic.
That's awesome. I feel bad for Julius. I didn't realize we did that.
Yeah, oh man, what a way to go.
And that's true, right? That's not apocryphal. That's an actual thing.
That's true. I found the newspaper headline in 1905 that says "Banana Peel, Agent of Death." Big bold letters. So I'll send that to you, Nigel. We can incorporate it in the design.
Awesome.
Riley, that's amazing work. Thank you again. That's wonderful. Thanks for your work.
There's all sorts of wonderful stories all throughout the building, so it's a pleasure to get to share them with you.
Do we need to ban bananas in the Capitol? Like, is that? Yeah.
Right in the firearm side, we have a banana peel.
That might be something that we avoid altogether in this Capitol because, yeah, kind of a devil thing or something.
Just don't eat. And bananas are native to Wyoming anyways.
Yeah, that's right.
It's an invasive species, really.
Oh, good grief. All right.
For that moose jerky.
So, other end of the hall, opposite the large vault is a niche that you can see here, pictured lovely in the bottom left corner. And here we want to connect right. This is right where a bunch of the governor's portraits or earlier governor's portraits are hanging. A lot of those portraits actually originally hung in the governor's mansion. So we want to make that bridge in this niche to talk a bit about the governor and about the governor's mansion, try to get people to go visit there as well. To do that, maybe feature an artifact that would be rotating, where we take an artifact, a governor related artifact, and place that in there, include a little artifact label adjacent to that to tell that specific thing. But that's something that would be rotated out over time. There's a couple of reasons for that. we're not able to, well, at the budget areas where we're thinking, we're not able to create a sealed and appropriate container to display stuff that might be damaged over time. So we wanted to be able to move that off, change it out to a different object. So this needs to be large enough to accommodate a range, but not so large that a tiny thing will look silly. So that's the focus here. Was there anything else, Kylie? I keep bumping on you here, but that you wanted to mention about the story related to this here?
No, I don't believe so. Just that I'm looking forward to having that rotating exhibit in there. And just having been to the Carbon County Museum, I'm sure everybody remembers that the governor's shoes are also there.
Governor's shoes?
Yeah.
Oh, the big nose George shoes.
Big Nose George?
Oh, yeah.
As an outlaw.
Yeah.
It's a whole story.
It's a whole.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract. It just popped in my mind of like, oh, governor artifacts.
It's worse than the banana.
They're leather.
At least he was dead before they made movies.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Right.
Yeah, he also.
You could make shoes out of the nose.
It's not my favorite Wyoming history story.
Big nose.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay.
It's free to go see him in case anybody wants to go to Carbon County Museum. It's a free museum.
Yeah, highly encourage stopping by. It's great.
It's got some cool stuff.
So we've talked about that little governor's portrait area. And we wanted to have a bit of a conversation about naming. Because as we are asking, setting up tours, how do we talk about these different spaces? Do we say it's the garden level west or garden level east, or do we name these areas? One of those obviously is the portrait, governor's portrait. Do we call it the governor's portrait gallery, the governor's gallery? Do we name it at all? And then there are other spaces that might lend themselves to some sort of name. We wouldn't be adding that to the wayfinding at this point, but it would be helpful maybe in literature or on the kiosks to give those things a name so they have a sense of place. Any thoughts?
So we're also going to talk about the vault, right?
Yeah, that's up next. And in fact, I keep going and going and going. So somebody put your hand up and say, Nigel, I need to eat, for crying out loud.
So. Yeah, I didn't realize so. I don't know if the naming of that area would be affected at all by the vault. Maybe not, probably not, but.
The intent of the vault is to continue, and we're gonna look at our concept for that, but so it might make more, maybe I should have waited until after that.
Mr. Chairman, I think what they're presenting here will probably make sense with their revised concepts for the historic voices vault. So it might be worth having those conversations
I
together.
think you made that, or one of you made that comment, and now it makes sense. Okay.
And I guess just as a prelude to that is it kind of fits into this concept. It does not go into wayfinding. It fits more into the concept of as docents, since Lori is guiding people, you know, if she starts saying suffrage hall is to the west, and if you like this idea of going back to the idea of a governor's portrait gallery, it's to the east, Senate is to the west. It's a way to just kind of, as a big grouping, be able to refer to spaces where exhibits are, but it is not in your wayfinding package. So it's really kind of just do you want to start referring to those things in that way?
All right.
Well, at first blush, it makes sense that we would refer to it as the governor's portrait gallery, but I don't know what you have to say about the vault. So
I promise to tell you soon. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Now I understand why I should.
You might want to call it the vault hall or something.
vault,
You
yeah.
just don't.
Mr. Chair.
Banana Alley.
Folks, are we okay to charge ahead? Maybe, how much?
Where are we in the?
Where are we on the,
Capital Extension Conference Room wall graphics.
We're not even quite there yet.
so, that's a little bit of a list to push all the way through, folks. So let's finish up this capital extension
We're still on static, right?
conference room is something that we could come back to after we take a break?
Yeah, you know, flip flop those two.
Don't you think? I think we'd better break. If you're at a breaking point here in a moment, Nigel, we could pick up the vault afterwards. I appreciate you reminding me of the time. I was being a very good chair.
I'd forgotten as well, and I heard something.
So why don't we take 45 minutes? Does that seem reasonable, everybody? Can we get out and get something and get back? And is that all right? That way we can finish up on a Friday a little bit quicker.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I don't know that we want to push through for another hour and a half without having lunch. I'm getting head shakes, yes, right?
So it's 12:37. When do you want to get back?
Let's come in at 4:30.
Okay.
Okay, that sound all right?
Thanks very much.
See what's going on in my office.
Hey, do your check-in.
Okay, folks, let's
Wow.
back on the way.
That's a good.
Once again, I want to apologize for charging right through the lunch hour. I didn't realize that just proved that we had a mesmerizing conversation with everyone. It was actually a fun, great. But so my apologies, we're back at 1:30, but ready to take back up and hopefully, Nigel, you remember where we left off. I'm not too sure.
Oh, man, look, I'm.
You
there's
can
way
turn
too
it a
much
little
to
bit more
read.
and maybe just keep
Allow it
going.
here, yeah.
Okay.
As he pulls up the deck, I know the city scheduled to end about 2:00 to 10. That's moved 30 minutes. It's a little aggressive. But we are gonna try to make up as much time as we need. We're gonna try to go through. So if we start to go too fast, please raise your hand and say, slow down.
Sounds good. We have at least one who has to travel into the snowstorm tonight. I don't know how big the snowstorm tends to get, but yeah, we'll appreciate it. There we go.
For some reason, it doesn't want me to share anymore.
Flurries are already
Says
dropping.
host is able to screen.
It's snowing?
Flurries at
Oh.
lunchtime. There
Are you the one that has to go home tonight? Sorry.
Okay, so.
Meeting's over.
What's that? No, we're good.
It'll be like an auction. Approved, approved.
Yeah.
That works. Thank you.
No, that was a great job this morning. All of you really appreciated that. Good stuff, treasurer.
Yeah, I don't show up to these all the time, but when I do, I enjoy it.
Like he hits the ball, it's back. Go on.
Glad you're here.
You came up with the moving reader rail thing. You should just drop the mic and left.
Oh, yeah. Okay, take it away, Nigel.
Okay, so while Rachel said we're gonna try and move through this fast, I think this next stuff is fun. It should be it should be easy for us to chat through. You know, we've talked about telling in the meeting rooms, the public meeting rooms down here. We're gonna use those to sort of highlight the beauty of Wyoming and focusing on different areas. Telling a bit of a tourism story. As we go through the 6 public meeting rooms in the Capitol Auditorium, but we have 5 additional conference rooms on this floor as well. So we wanted to sort of bridge onto that, continue to tell something of a tourism story. And we like the idea of focusing on symbols, the Wyoming symbols. So we started to pour through imagery, and we're going to put in front of you some image options for each of these different symbols. We need 5. I think we've got like 6 different categories here, so we need to pick what are the 5 that we want to focus on, and then is there a particular image from the ones that we've selected that works? We've selected images. There's a couple of things that we need to consider. They need to have the resolution to stand up to that scale as well, and appropriately show the particular symbol effectively, so you get it. We'll start by looking at images, then I'm going to show you different image treatments, how we could treat it and attach it to the wall. And then I'll show you what it kind of looks like in a room as well. So you'll get all that picture. So start with the Indian paintbrush. Some gorgeous images here. Maybe should I like do this?
These would be like a full wall image.
Oh, that helps. These aren't just pictures on the wall.
Yeah, like a full wall graphic.
Okay.
Edge to edge, we would choose like a focal wall for each room and then.
And these are for the common meeting rooms.
Yes.
Down here close by us, right?
So there's 4 down in that corridor just by the men's restroom, coming up the art gallery, the Capitol Gallery. And then what's often used as the Capitol Club. Just outside the door.
Mr. Chair and Nigel, I know those, like the 2 are usually used together. So are we picking one for all 5 of these rooms, or will it be one per room?
We can talk about that, whether we just want one for that whole room. The thought was to have one on each side, but let's pick something that works together, maybe for that room.
And that room has TVs on every wall. So how
Yes.
does that play with the wall graphic?
Yes, I figured that out yesterday, actually. We would need to find an image that captures that particular symbol in such a way that it wouldn't be obstructed by the screen. So it's in that part of the image that's not covered by the screen. So for example, it would be a bad place to do the bison because the bison's probably going to be fairly central and we'd knock his head off or something. So something like this might actually work really well because the flowers kind of move all the way through the lower part of this image. So across here. Any thoughts?
And Mr. Chairman, I think what you're seeing today is like the introduction of a concept, and then as DI, if you like this idea, then DI will come back with what they know with the dimensions of the room, the different options for it.
Okay, so we don't feel compelled to select a particular image there. Okay, brilliant, right. So this gives you a good sense of the approach we could take here. Which helps me to say that I'm already talking to Amy about, are there some resources from tourism, from fish and game that would also add some other imagery into this option. So the Indian paintbrush.
Actually, I love the idea of bringing up more character to these rooms.
Yes.
So
It kind of becomes a theme for the room as well.
yeah,
You'll see here in a minute, but we're also presenting kind of a small piano that we talked a little bit about this.
There's a story about Cottonwoods. Jim Hageman, most of you guys know who Jim was, you know, but Jim, basically how trees got into Wyoming was that the premise of this, it was for the comfort of the cow. You know, because they planted trees so that the cow had someplace to, sit down and rest in the shade. It was all for the comfort of the cow. But anyway, there's a poem basically that I don't know whether Jim wrote this or whether or not he found it someplace, but it's a long poem about the comfort of the cow and how trees got into the state.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, if I can find that, I might talk to Harriet. She may know where it's at, but yeah, that the premise is that's why trees were, came to Wyoming, because the Platte River used to be flat without a lot of trees. And it's just, and flooded and everything like that. And then the settlers came in, the cowboys came in, and they needed someplace for their cattle to rest in the shade. So they started bringing trees in. That's fascinating. Comfort of the cow. So.
Yeah, the Cottonwoods, I think one of the reasons they chose those was they grew really fast.
Oh, yeah.
Provided a lot of shade, and that was one of the reasons that was one of the
Yeah,
bigger trees they chose.
It's a great poem. It's kind of got a little bit of humor to it and different things, and so if I can find that, I'll.
That's great.
We can also put Kylie on it. I think Kylie can find
Another consideration we'll have as we get closer to an actual image, it's making sure that not only do they represent the symbols, but they also represent a range of Wyoming as well. So they're not all pictured up like wheatgrass. There's another one. The Western Meadowlark. Somebody's excited.
She was very excited.
Look at this guy. He's awesome. You got something to say, all right. And then the bison, obviously, then gobs of options when we come to bison. Some beautiful imagery there. So, and we're also looking for situations where there's some great sort of landscape views, these wide views for some of the walls that are fairly long. So that's another consideration we'll have.
We'll be considering scale of these and what they look like when they're scaled this large too. So
that's a good
in
point.
some cases, we might not want a bird that's 6 foot tall on an image. So we'll play around with the scale of that, make sure that it bounces out really well.
And would these be full color or is it muted?
We'll show
What do
you
you?
just a minute. We got some different treatments.
Jump in.
That's coming
You've
up.
been great about TNSF already. We're gonna start paying you.
Yeah.
So next slide. I've got 3 different kind of color options here for you. You'll remember that in the lobbies, we went with sort of a duotone approach to the imagery, which is gorgeous and works beautifully for that. But in this context, some of these symbols, color is an integral part of what they are. So color needed to be rolled into these images in some way. Also, the rooms are, kind of bland. So adding a bit of richness and color into those rooms is a great virtue of doing this approach. So we could go with a full color image. I'm a little worried about the intensity of the color. That might feel overwhelming in space like this, and frankly can sometimes look a little cheap. But that's an option. Doing sort of a controlled saturation where we pull the saturation back in different levels on different parts of the image, which still has the richness of color, especially on the focal point, but isn't so overwhelming. And then finally, a really selective saturation where we really pull back the background element of the image, the secondary element of the image, and just have the focus on the primary figure, primary symbol in the image. So those would be our three different approaches to color. Is there a preference, or
This is just an example. This would be, we wouldn't just feature one bison, but.
Yeah, just
for the
depending on
sake
the
of
image.
study.
Yeah. And this is an example of where that bison may be way too big on a wall when you walk in there. So, but it's helped to tell you how the color works. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I like the first or third, not so much the second, you know. But, you know, the second and third actually kind of look like something you might see on a smoky day.
That's my.
Yeah.
And Representative Chairman Nigel, I think it might be more helpful if you went to the next slide and showed them the
And then we'd have this little panel, and this is like probably more words than you would need. But a little interpretive panel just tells you.
No, I think I'm excited about the concept. I would probably land somewhere in the middle, if it were me. I think the third option kind of takes it back a little too far, maybe. But Nigel, I appreciate what you're saying. If you go full color and blast it out there, that could be a long meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little bit of a travel office vibe from it.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I think seeing it in context in the room, I actually think the middle one works really well.
You guys think that the middle bison is dark though? It doesn't seem like it's as dark as either one of those two.
I think that some of that is how it's talking to the other color and tones in the image. But also this is just a quick rendering. Once we settle on a particular image, we'd spend a lot more time focusing on making sure we get the right color saturation and tonal balance across the whole image. Yeah, I can see distinction like this. This looks different to me, but I don't know if that's because my eye is compensating for the background or not.
I like the second one because it looks like it's supposed to be kind of a wallpaper. Whereas the first one with the full color almost makes me feel like I'm going to the Denver Natural History Museum and you've got the replica montage.
Yes,
It's like, oh, am I here for a buffalo exhibit? Or is it just a cool picture on the wall? You know, like.
I love it.
So one other thing, Mr. Chair, in just seeing the examples here and in other things that I've seen, might be an idea to do a black and white background. Because right now, I like the second one, but it almost just looks like it got, it's just faded, right? Whereas if it's a color pop.
Be more intentional.
So the black and white with the color pop being your brought out. I don't know if you could do an example of that to see what people would think. But.
I definitely I like your idea, but I like I like the object, so the bison being the focal point. But I don't think we want to completely wash out the scenery either, because that's what we're known for as well. Like, I think we want to have elements of, like when we looked at those bison pictures and you can see the steam, like, that's Yellowstone and that's so unique to like where we're whatever, but I like that there's still like the one on the far side, that bison just looks like he's hanging out on a white wall and it looks weird. Like, I like that there's still a context of, you would find this in it's a Great Plains animal.
I agree with a lot of what you're saying. And I would say, these are very functional utilitarian rooms, right? These aren't even 1 through 6 legislative committee rooms. And the selective saturation looks a little artsy, a little too artsy for what I consider more of a utilitarian room. But I think the full color, I agree, would kind of realm. And I think to your point, part of Wyoming, is the landscape of what we have in the really.
Yes, I get that. It's totally good.
Can you wash out just sitting like, rather than washing out the front, the stuff right where the buffalo's at? Wash it out behind it so maybe the full color one doesn't have quite as much, I guess. Like myself, I don't have a problem with the full color one, but it sounds like most people think it's a little too busy or something. I'm not sure.
I'm afraid somebody might walk into that wall thinking they can.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I love the full color one because it looks like I can walk right into it.
We'll have to put a big sign that says, don't pet the bison.
Yeah. Fluffy cow.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Dang it.
And by the way, Amy, thank you and your department for working with
Yeah.
DI to identify whatever images are out there. You guys are the pros, and some of the State Department of Tourism stuff is just amazing. So, yeah, that's good.
I think for interest of time, then I feel, so everybody feels good about the concept that I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And then as we get closer to what those images are, from a saturation standpoint, it looks like we're somewhere around 2, and we will play with what that is when we select images. Are we good with that?
We're good.
Sorry, I'm gonna try to.
Also, the state dinosaur is a triceratops, so think of the triceratops in front of the T-tops. I think would be a good image.
I just asked about the state fossil and Kevin told me no.
There it is. Also, state cookies, chocolate chip cookies, you can put that on a plate in front of the T-tops, so.
Oh, that's good.
I did request, much to my sadness, that they cut out cutthroat trout as an option because we were afraid people would start saying, we're meeting in the cutthroat room.
There you go, yeah.
Room's not much
For all
better.
the lake trout and all the brook trout that you've gotten rid of. Okay, good stuff.
Boy, were they delicious.
I did put the link to the media library on the file stage.
Oh, bless you.
Thank you,
Thanks. Thanks. All right, Governor's Vault experience. Just to remind you, it's garden level, east side. It's the large vault with the door that's been moved from who knows where. So let's dig into our evolution there.
Yeah, as we think about this particular activation and thinking about the entire experience and the user's experience throughout the entire Capitol, we really like that this particular activation, Historic Voices, would really be a highly interactive, immersive, great storytelling experience. We are fans of stories. We've been talking about stories. There's a clip that we kind of repeat sometimes that tell a fact and someone will learn, tell a truth someone will believe, and tell a story and it'll live in their hearts forever. And so we like being able to tell stories in a lot of different ways because people are ingest things in a bit different ways. So this would be very much a more immersive, interactive way to tell a story. And we like doing that through the lens of the governor's role. So we looked at how we would approach this, and we want to do true, rich stories. So that's real people, real things that happen, real characters in real Wyoming. We don't want to fabricate things here. An example is we could use something about the Johnson County War. I believe that's one of the topics the governor likes to talk about when tours are coming through anyway. We want to use that, plus really activate this immersive space. So give a physical presence to those stories, kind of making them a bit bigger. So we're thinking about the finishes, the materiality, and what kind of technology we would be using to transport the visitor a little bit differently than they do through some of the other interpretive pieces. And then finally, surprise and delight. So we want to inspire and entertain the user or the visitor that is coming and how those stories are brought to life. You all have heard stories today that you're like, I have never heard that before. We like that, plus well, maybe I haven't heard it from that perspective before. I kind of knew this angle of it. Well, we'll kind of turn in the camera, you're getting a little bit of a different lens. So that's how we were starting to rethink maybe what historical voices would look like. Just kind of adding where we had been before.
So because it starts right at the governor's gallery there with all these great portraits starting around, we wanted to extend that experience into the vault itself. So we'd have these portraits on different walls inside the vault they'd sort of magically dissolve to see these dynamic visuals and sound, extending the experience into the space from the garden level. we'd have a series of these digital screens. You'd walk in, they're framed just like all the other portraits out there, but the painting, the canvas would actually be a screen. And they would sort of come to life, give visitors the opportunity to engage with these stories that would be narrated. Sorry, and provide that fresh perspective. So if we play with this visual approach and think about how our galleries work, that would give us some real estate here to maybe have 3, maybe more paintings on the walls, screens on the walls, so that people could move.
Would these just be audio or just video or video and audio?
Video and audio. So the static stories come to life. So for example, the Potter's Bowl story would be a painting to start with, and then it would evolve and transport into this story related to that narrative. You're familiar with like Ken Burns style? Oh, well, that figures. Oh, it's not showing. No, it's not showing. I apologize.
If you click, oh. Is it a YouTube thing? Because if you click on it, it shows.
Yeah.
So you can't hear the sound here because of the way we're set up, but over these images would be a narration that kind of walks you through. So it we'd be able to garner archival imagery and footage and join those all together to tell these stories in a dynamic way, similar to this kind of approach. Just let this run for a little bit so you get a sense of what that might look like.
Yeah, so it'd be probably less of this, but more of a combination of found video or stills that we would fade in and out with the voiceover describing that narrative. Excuse me. One of the nice things about this is it allows for updatability, changeability, and people to spend a moment with, the painting. When we say comes to life, it's not, we're not taking a painting and making eyes move or mouths move, but it's bringing the story of that painting to life. So kind of having this interactive gallery. And we're playing with kind of a handful of different ways this could work. So it could either be based on like initiating a button to start the sequence. It could be touch screens. There's some different price points with these. So we're playing with a lot of different thoughts and ways that we can make this feel really special. But kind of, again, have this kind of a moody space that feels very much like an art gallery, thinking about materials we would use for the walls and things like that to keep the sound in that room, and even playing around with audio ideas like is it audio that just plays in the room and one works at a time, or is there individual those very direct cone speakers that just kind of apply to the space right in front of that painting, so not to interrupt others. Oh yeah, you're still on one.
We
But
got
yeah.
you that.
Lovely, patient people you are. Right.
Yeah,
So, yeah, you want to talk?
no, so different ways of, soundproofing the room, creating a nice audio aesthetic, but also very warm and inviting, a place where people can come in and enjoy these stories. And depending on the level of execution we do with it, for example, if it is touch screens, we might even have the adaptability to create further content in the future, or you can choose between different content on touch screens to tell those stories. It also allows for you prompting specific videos for specific groups that are coming in.
So we'd start with an experience at each one of these 3 paintings, for example, but and build in adaptability so that you could add stories over time, and then use maybe it's input devices that feel appropriate to the time instead of like a little iPad that you touch on. Maybe it's switches that just allow you to move through the story, start it or stop it, that type of thing. And then sound, we'd use directional speakers that focus the sound just right on that person standing or pair of people standing in front of the screen. So you could have 3 different stories going at once without infiltrating the experience for the other person in the space. And then as Brian was describing, using curtains and other baffling methods to diminish the amount of sound that then sort of echoes out into the hall. So that we'd really limit that, so it wouldn't be something that some poor sod who's sitting in an office 2 feet away would have to listen to it every day. So make sure that's not a problem. This kind of gives you a sense of the kind of materiality that we might find in this place. Maybe it's fabric covered panels with some sort of trim details or curtained walls. All those to sort of enrich the space, elevate it, make it feel appropriate to the time period, and also do the great job of diminishing the sound, also giving us a place to hide the conduit that goes up to the screens and to the speakers, so that we don't have to drill into the wall to accomplish this.
Would the door be closed or open?
The door would remain open.
We want to pique their curiosity, so they have gone through, you're walking through the other portrait gallery. And think, oh, I wonder what this is.
Yeah. Which is why the sound treatments are important.
Are you talking about the side door? Because
Oh, good. Yeah.
the side door is only needed if there's a person who requires ADA access. So I believe it could be kept closed.
So if you don't know the history of the Capitol, and I worked in the treasurer's office and we used that vault every day and we opened it and closed it every day. I think, how are you gonna explain why you've got this exhibit about the governors with this big silver vault door? I mean, it doesn't, I don't think it registers. It doesn't really go together. You know, that's not what we kept behind the vault door when it is on the first floor in the treasurer's office. And it just seems odd. And I don't know. You plan to put anything about the vault door as to like where it used to serve, and I don't know.
There is a panel directly adjacent to the entry into the, and where we could talk specifically about that. We felt there's these wonderful stories from the governor's perspective that would be engaging, like Rachel was describing, for visitors, and trying to figure out a way to tell those stories, but using audio and visuals and motions like that. There are very few places within the building where we'd be able to do that without noise, clatter, and what have you. So that this place provides that. To link it to the area, we wanted to use the gallery effect that kind of at least tries to bring that two together. So those kind of what pulls those two together. The panel next to it could explain the significance of the door itself. As far as how vaults are used, that's why we're focusing that on that stage vault down the hall from there. So we felt like doing that story twice was a bit much, and this vault, while it's intriguing, feels like a fairly modern bank vault, whereas the other one is really compelling with the beautiful artwork on there.
Yeah, I wouldn't put in the description that we, kept Christmas decorations in there, which is kind of what was in there. But, yeah, it just, it just doesn't seem to be a connection between the door and the exhibit. And I get it that it's a great space for it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really know the background of the renovation committee as to why they decided to move that vault door down there, what they originally thought was the idea, but they don't seem, that was just what I was trying to figure out how they put together.
I know exactly what you think about when you think of a vault, you think of the treasurer's office and not the governor's office. I don't know what part of the building that you would think of as the governor's part of the building that would lend itself to the audiovisual experience that you want to generate. But yeah, I mean, people are gonna walk in there and they'll say, they'll look at it and for Mark, they'll say, well, he was the treasurer, so maybe that's why we're seeing governors here. But I don't know how many governors were treasurers, I can't tell you.
I think maybe we could be a little bit more literal in that connection, because I think what we also liked is that these are pretty special stories and it's pretty sacred. And if we say it from his point of view, it's something that he would protect, any governor would protect. And so that's another, I guess, loose connection to the door.
I will say, if you think it was selling this to the governor, the Johnson County War was a good example. You would like that.
I have gotten a tip.
Got a tip, huh?
Mr. Chairman, just for the history of the vault during the renovation project, it was obviously in space that ended up being part of the building systems where restrooms were going to go, and it was originally believed to be a more modern vault, so it was actually slated for demolition. It was sent to be go outside the building, and the supervisor for J.E. Dunn at the time said there was a vault just like this in Kansas. I think it dates earlier, and took it upon himself to go to state archives and find out that the vault's from the early 1900s. So then the oversight group said this actually is a piece of historic material, so let's relocate it. And because of its weight and its structure, the garden level was really the only place, and it still required about $100,000 of structural underpinning to support it in that location. And the original idea was that it would serve as a public lounge area. That was as they were doing the initial exhibit plan that was schematic design, and then it really didn't develop further than that. I think it was, there's a couple other states, Kansas and Idaho, I know for sure have reused vaults as rooms. In Idaho, it's actually a lobbyist room. And so it actually has a door that's lockable and the vault door.
So you can lock them in?
Yeah. So I think in different places, they've been repurposed in different ways.
So, I just had a thought that some of the great treasures that we've talked about over the last couple of years have been the stories of this capital and of the state. Some of the most important people that we have been these governors who had their own stories and their experiences, and they dealt with certain policies. So in that sense of the word, it's kind of appropriate that it would be housed in a vault. We keep these treasured stories in the governor's vault, and let's go in and find out something from them.
Yeah.
So I can kind of see it. And I like the fact that it's something very unique from everything else that we talked about. It's something that I think our school children who come here, I think they'll remember. I really do.
Yeah.
And having given my comment, I will say, I can't think of anything you put up there except for if you wanted to store something of value and lock the gate, that would give you a real logical sense of what's in the room as opposed to the door. It is just kind of an odd piece. So this probably makes just as much sense as anything else you would do with the room. So.
It's a nice way to honor some pretty important people.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, I totally get where your comment's coming from, but then you start to do the math in your head. So what would the literal story of the use be? And is that engaging and important to the people that you're trying to talk to? But is the stories that the governors have to tell and their perspective on our history, that seems richer to me, and richer, safe, that makes sense. Also, the room itself, you walk in there and yes, the safe door is a safe door and that's cool, but you walk in and it's clearly not a safe. There's a door you could do with a thumbtack or something, get in. But it's the door itself. So that using that panel right next to the door to say what that is, and then using that then to say, go in and look at some of the real treasures of our past.
Yeah.
Might be a nice transition.
And I think if we end up going this route, we would, as we further design this, we think of ways to kind of label this as the governor's gallery, whether that's something above the door, something that kind of draws you in and lets you know that this is a public space that is accessible and that we want you to.
Could even reference, that's awesome. If you could reference outside the door, something about the vault and what's in there now is some of the treasured storage.
Yeah, Wyoming's treasured stories, yeah.
So go in and hear from the governors in the past or whatever. Yeah, I think it's a great concept. It's got great potential.
And going back what T said, that it resonates, I went to the Lyndon B. Johnson. Was he the one in Grand Rapids? I went to a presidential library. Obviously, it was very. I think it was, I don't know. Yeah, Johnson. But they have like a little thing you walk in and it's like right in the middle of the room. And you step into this little thing and the speaker's above you and it tells a whole story. And I just remember, what was that? Like standing outside, you couldn't really hear it. And then like being able to interact. And so obviously the whole presidential story didn't mean a lot to me. I think it's Johnson. But the experience, that's like the one I remember walking out.
Totally, right? Because the speaker's in such a place that you kind of have to stand close to the screen. So suddenly the screen, the image is almost in your peripheral and the sound is there. So suddenly you're kind of
Like
really
in the story.
transported into that story. It's fantastic.
And also, I know you didn't mean to do this, but Taub Tours is the #1 motor coach package travel company that comes through Wyoming. So well played.
Which is
I think, I think it also gives us flexibility for future technology. So as technology evolves, the way that those stories come to life will evolve. And so I think that will also give that.
Yeah, very good.
And Mr. Chairman and Nigel, I was just gonna ask, has anyone thought of possibly capturing videos of the existing governors that are still alive so that we could hear their voices with some of their stories that ties it into that section?
I hope so.
Yeah, that's definitely come up in our conversations on
Okay.
original content. Yeah, absolutely, 100%, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, if a governor wanted to tell the bull story,
Potter's
Gold,
yeah.
thank you. If they were the one telling that story, that might be kind of cool.
Yeah.
He likes to tell that story.
I think you would a little all the stories. Yeah, we would love to do that and have a library, of different videos that
Yeah.
we could rotate through or.
Potentially, yeah, you could, sorry to interrupt,
No,
but you
no.
could potentially have the current governor do a little welcome,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
he puts the button to the current and welcome to the vault where we keep some of the great stories of Wyoming.
Yeah.
And who better to tell those stories than the governors who came before us, and so that would be utilizing the current governor in that way, which would be kind of cool.
Yeah, we may have to phase it because we've got a lot of, we already have a list of content that we want to do. And,
Yeah.
and I was told there's not new money trees. I know there's trees and I'm just shade the cow, but we will have to look at budget and how many we can do in the beginning and then when we would refresh down the road.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I did show this, the last deck that went to SBC to Joanna Kale from Wyoming PBS, who's the new general manager and used to be part of their foundation. And she said, I just knew we do not partner on anything you're doing. So PBS might be a good linkage to use for doing like video histories with living governors. But she said, I had actually neglected to mention that she said PBS would love to be involved in any type of video content in the future that would be a partnership.
And these are all built with CMS tools that will allow you to do all that update and change it in the future. So we're not giving you a locked in, this is the video, plug it in and play. This is your forum. Do as you will, so.
I think it's got great potential.
How are we doing on that 30 minutes?
Well, we have gone over.
See your-
I'm not that great at being.
Mr. Chairman,
This is like the last thing and it's nothing.
Mr. Chairman, but
I'm sorry.
is there something we can, or I can get there something to present to the governor?
So we can give you a version of this. We'll work with
Yeah,
the course
just that,
team.
what that looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And if he's intrigued, maybe set up some type of. thing with you guys.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
We'd love to.
The last thing, it's the vinyl on the windows on the exterior of the vestibules in the Hirschler buildings. We're putting it, boy, that was a long list of words. Did anybody get that? On the outside, facing outside on the vestibules of the Hirschler building, those glass windows. Those buildings are intimidating. So we're putting directories, if you remember in our wayfinding message schedule, we're putting directories on those windows. And we'd hoped to use just gold, just to match all the gold and lettering on windows throughout. When we came last time, we brought some samples of that, we put it up, and the sun did not bless us, the background did not bless us, and they didn't read very well. So we're putting together some other options to look for. Is it better to be all black, all white? Or can we use the gold but include some sort of semi-opaque background that makes it more legible? So we created samples of these. We're going to send them to you. You folks, the core team, will be able to just take them up, hang them in the window to see which is going to work best. We have found almost always that the white, I'm sorry,
Talking about on the outside or?
it's facing outside. I'm sorry, yeah.
Which side would
Both
it
sides
be?
of
On the outside.
Both sides of glass. The text would be on the first surface, the opaque, the somewhat transparent would be on the second surface.
Okay.
The inside surface,
But there would be on the inside,
inside and outside.
inside and outside.
Of one pane of glass. So the outside would be the cutout letters. The backside would be the semi-opaque.
And what that's doing, it's called dusted vinyl. Essentially, you can get it in any opacity, but it blurs the background just enough. It's almost like a foggy window, sort of, so that you can still see the colors and light coming through the window. But what the problem we were having is the wall behind is kind of a goldish yellow color, so we put the gold lettering. And from an angle, it read fine, but then you look at it straight on and it just disappeared. So this kind of creates a barrier that'll let that type pop off.
So I will pass along what the co-chairman asked me to, which is, I don't care what you pick as long as I can read it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's legibility is our.
So magenta it is.
Yeah, I think.
I do think, I like the fact that, that you suggested and wanted to carry the gold. So I wonder if the gray background with the gold wouldn't be the way to go, but.
So that's, yeah, and when we get those samples to you, 90% of the time, the white is the most.
That's an industry standard.
Most readable.
Okay.
And you may not even need the background for the white, but we're sending that because this is a particular instance where there's some issues, the angle of the buildings, I don't know, and especially what's inside, like Brian was saying, is causing legibility. So once you have that, you'll be able to see, and it'll be right away, you'll say, white it is. It'll be warm.
But what's the wearability of that vinyl on the outside?
The warranty, I think, is 5 to 7 years, just as the manufacturer of the actual material. But I mean, most of the things we paint with, the paint's a 2 or 3 year warranty, and 15 years later, something exterior still looks fine that has that paint. So that's also the good part is, let's say we do end up going with the gold and 7 years from now that looks faded, or it's starting to peel off, or because of the extreme weather, this is very inexpensive to replace. And you could do it with a local vendor. We would give you the files. It would be very easy to do. I'm talking hundreds of dollars to do all of them. So it would be a very inexpensive something to replace.
Probably more likely.
I just went through a couple of days out on the ranch where we had, sustained 60+ mile-an-hour winds and snow that was like, sand. So,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, and the problem is we would generally do this on the second surface, so you wouldn't have to worry about that. All your windows are tinted, which makes the legibility very difficult.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chair and Nigel, if I, just a little feedback on this, I love the gold center lobby up top. Is the other text just too small to add the black in behind? Cause that center lobby is
Yeah.
so legible, but
It starts looking busy.
Yeah.
does it?
Because that's
Okay.
much- yeah.
And we did try that, yeah.
Okay.
So, and then combining the gold with the white just doesn't, it's gonna. So,
So we'll let you know the outcome, when our team's able to look through it and give some thoughts.
Okay, good work.
And then we have, another deck that's only about 4 more hours worth. Just teasing.
Yeah,
Was
very
it?
funny.
It was it. Sorry, we went over.
All right, thanks. I hope you enjoyed these as much as I do, because that was fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the dialogue.
Thank you, BI, very much. That was an enjoyable day and I learned a lot. So just terrific. I regret that we may have lost our public comment and my apologies to Richard and others, anyone who wanted to comment. I could have broken that up today, but we always welcome public comment for anyone listening in. I don't see any hands up on the screen and I don't think there's anyone here. So we won't have any public comment. Is there anything else, members of the committee, for the good of the cause? Okay. Is there anything, BI, from you folks before we close this out today?
Just our gratitude, like Nigel said, thank you for the open dialogue, the open feedback. We always enjoy these conversations. It makes the ideas stronger, it makes the work stronger. So thank you for all your time and efforts.
Thank you. It was a pleasure representing your work last month when I went in front of the management council, and so it was well received, and let's keep chugging along. So appreciate it very much. We will talk here in a minute about upcoming meetings, but Representative Sherwood, anything before you go on to some budget hearings this afternoon?
Just a warm thank you for all the creative energy, the research, and an obvious passion that people have put into this project. It's just kudos and thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative and Treasurer. I think we're going to close this out by talking about next meetings. Rihanna or Wendy, anything in that regard?
Mr. Chairman, so in final stage, you have the Hirschler signage review. So we'd encourage the Hirschler participant, Paula, I'm looking at you to give a seal of approval. This is the final review of the Hirschler signage. So that currently I've emailed was in the email I sent to the link. And then what will be coming before the February meeting will be the Tool Bronze signage package. So we just ask you to take a clean set of eyes and make sure we're all looking at it. Don't have any typos. We thank you for those who've already looked at it. Treasurer Meyer, Auditor Racine. And then our next two meetings will be before, or excuse me, our next meeting is February 7th before the legislative session starts. And then we have a March 6th meeting, and that one will just ask for everybody's flexibility based on the chairman of appropriations, chairman of judiciary. We have lots of chairman schedules. Those last final days can be kind of busy. So I would anticipate it won't be a full day meeting, probably something that's closer to 2.5 hours. So we'll be strategic with everyone's calendar. So just be mindful to save the dates on those and we'll come.
Thank you. And I apologize in advance if I'm a little distracted in the next two meetings. But look forward to seeing you all on February 7th. We are adjourned for the day. Thanks for your time, everyone.